Chapter 881. I don't know. Melissa shook her head. The holy bell has not been rung for a long time, and it is hard to say how many people will go. However, any family with a little bit of power would probably go. What if Temple comes to settle the score? Even if it is just for show, they will still go. Clang. Melissa, who was beside Tang Tian, covered her mouth. Her eyes were wide open. Her face was similarly overwhelmed with shock. Johnson, who was usually calm, had a huge change in his expression at the same time. In Tang Tian's expectations, even if Dooku was unable to defeat the enemy, he would be able to delay them for a period of time. But Tang Tian never expected that not only did Dooku win, it was a huge victory, and Colin's army was completely wiped out. Melissa was born in an aristocratic family, and naturally knew more than the average person. She explained, in the past, Temple and the various families signed an agreement, which stated that once Temple rings the holy bell, the various families will come to their aid. But at the same time, once the holy bell is rung, the various families will come to their aid, and all the profits from the war will belong to the various families, and Temple cannot touch it. Just like this time, Temple is about to vomit blood. Temple seized the Shang continent and obtained the passage to Heaven's Road. If they do not ring the holy bell, the passage will belong to Temple, and Temple will not need to share it with the other families. But now that Temple has rung the holy bell, the passage will no longer belong to Temple, but to the various families. Tang Tian revealed a look of shock. The towering bell that resembled a mountain peak was completely formed from radiant energy. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Tang Tian, who had long felt that he had thick skin and thick flesh, oh no, copper skin and iron bones, never thought that there would be a day where he would suffer from insomnia. All right, it is not shameful to lose sleep for Chia. Other people can't even do it if they want to. Seeing that it was not an offensive method, Tang Tian relaxed. The radiant energy that gathered from all directions surged towards a single point, and a white halo lit up in the sky. The energy that surged over increased, and the gigantic white halo grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of the eye, a gigantic white bell that was releasing intense undulations appeared in the sky above the city. When Tang Tian received the results of the battles in the Desolate Continent and Whitefields Continent, he and his God Armor army were already very far away from the Whitefields Continent. Good job! Tang Tian was in a good mood. All the warships, merchant ships, and transport ships in the sky stopped. Many people rushed out, their faces filled with shock. Tang Tian did not believe that Temple would give up on the Shang continent, but he could not understand the mystery behind it. Unable to understand, Tang Tian simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, there were many smart people. He could ask Chia or Uncle Bing when the time came. It was not easy to achieve this. Tang Tian suddenly noticed a problem. What about the civilians? Aren't they going to be drafted? His figure disappeared from the cabin. Johnson's tone was filled with emotions. In his eyes, Temple was a supreme existence with deep foundations and unfathomable strength. It was an interesting and practical method. It was already too late for Mace Field Tradings to back out, and they could only continue down this path. Melissa naturally hoped for Tang Tian to become stronger. Melissa did not say a word. She thought to herself, what did you guys do to Temple? Look, Temple is being forced to ring the holy bell. At the same time, the other people's faces changed. They rushed out of the merchant ship without hesitation, as expected of a godlike young lad. Look, with just the influence of this godlike young lad, everyone has become so powerful. She chuckled. Seems like Temple is in deep trouble. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Temple will definitely not ring the holy bell. And the holy bell is not something that can be casually rung. Tang Tian could not help but praise in his heart. Seems like Temple has capable people as well. Against Temple's new army, they had formulated many countermeasures. But they never thought that before their plans were fully executed, the other party would sense the danger, to the point of using the holy bell. Tang Tian thought about it. Out of all of them, only he knew how terrible Temple's situation was. He, Chia, and Uncle Bing had discussed it many times, and after being tormented by them, Temple's military strength would be severely lacking. But they only thought that Temple would recruit people to form a new army, and never expected for Temple to directly ring the holy bell. The bell rang thrice, and the gigantic bell crumbled, transforming into countless of white light spots that scattered with the wind, causing snowflakes to fall from the sky. Hearing that, Tang Tian became curious. Why? Commoners? Melissa was surprised, but she immediately dismissed it. What's the use of commoners? The wealth and power are in the hands of the big families, and they are the foundation of Temple's rule. All the commoners who have nothing are worthless. Temple will not care about their lives. Tang Tian stared at the gigantic bell in front of him with a solemn expression. It was his first time witnessing such a method, and the energy contained in the gigantic bell was too astonishing. If it were to explode, Tang Tian was sure that the city below would be flattened. Regardless of Du Ku or Nietio, their performance far exceeded Tang Tian's expectations. Du Ku was fine, but Tang Tian was not too worried. The desolate continent had been dealt with by them, and the energy was sparse, which was suitable for Du Ku's Sin Domain army. Even if the army could not perform well, Du Ku's perverse individual strength was enough to give the enemy a huge problem. Furthermore, beneath the stronghold was the Sin Domain. With Du Ku's unparalleled prestige in the Sin Domain, he could easily mobilize the entire Sin Domain. Tang Tian became pleased again, but he did not linger on the issue and asked, "Is Mace Field Tradings within the scope of recruitment?" To Tang Tian, the Holy Bell was the final trump card. The trading ship with the Mace Field Tradings insignia flew steadily in the sky, and the city below was clearly visible. According to the plan, they would not stay in the city for long and needed to quickly rush to the gathering point. Upon thinking about being able to see Chia, Tang Tian's heart burned with passion. Tang Tian immediately understood. The energy in the sky above the city suddenly surged, as though there was an invisible hand stirring the energy of the heaven and earth. Energy converged from all directions, wave after wave, and even white light scars could be seen in the sky. It was a phenomenon created by the friction between the radiant energy, showing how dense the radiant energy was in the region. But very quickly, he became complacent. Tang Tian suddenly exclaimed out. His gaze locked onto the place where the energy was the densest and most concentrated. He then asked, "How many people are there?" The citizens of the city below started to come out of their houses. Many of them flew into the sky, but without exception, all of their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Even though he was pleased, Tang Tian started to think about how the two victories would affect their plans. After thinking about it seriously, Tang Tian quickly realized that the two victories would be of great help to their plans. Melissa also regained her senses and looked at Tang Tian. Johnson was the leader of the guards. There was no need to talk about his battle prowess, but his way of thinking was rather simple. But Melissa thought more about it. She even suspected that Temple's ringing of the holy bell was most likely done by Tang Tian and the rest. Tang Tian did not expect that the two victories would affect Temple so much that it far exceeded his imagination. Who knew that Temple would actually ring the holy bell? "What's going on?" Tang Tian asked curiously. The sound of the bell contained a unique energy undulation and was able to spread through energy. But what made Tang Tian interested was that the undulation was able to absorb energy along the way and continuously strengthen itself. It was a form of warning. Not only would the sound of the bell not weaken, but it would also become stronger, which meant that the bell could effortlessly spread to every corner of the continent. The people floating in the sky all had solemn expressions, their hearts filled with worry. The city below was in an uproar. Countless figures soared into the sky, forming afterimages in the sky as they flew in different directions. Yes, master. Johnson took over. His mental state was much better than Melissa, and spoke. The holy bell will only be rung when Temple is in danger. When the holy bell is rung, all the families must bring their elites to Temple and protect Temple. When the Honorable Marshall Continent was established, Temple had signed this agreement with the various families. At that time, Temple was not as strong as it is now, and had to rely on the various families. After that, Temple became stronger and stronger, and the holy bell never rung again. Who knew that Temple would actually ring the holy bell? Seems like Temple has been forced into a corner. Melissa's face turned pale white. She was in a daze. That's the holy bell. The melodious bell's sound resonated throughout the land. Temple must be having a headache right now. Tang Tian scoffed and started to be pleased, truly decisive. Just at that moment, he suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. A cold light flashed past. Oh my, I better get up and train. When I get excited, I can't sleep. A trace of fear swept past her heart, and her reverence towards Tang Tian deepened. But very quickly, she became excited again. The current Macefield tradings and Tang Tian were tied together, sharing weal and woe. Even though Macefield Tradings was powerful, even the Western Traders, which was a powerful trading organization, was wiped out by Temple with just a word. The Western Traders were completely wiped out, and the light that was implicated caused Melissa's heart to turn cold. Temple would definitely not listen to any excuses, and as long as they were implicated, there would only be one outcome. Holy Bell. Tang Tian did not agree with Melissa's point of view. His Ursa Major constellation did not have any big families. Furthermore, Temple's way of thinking made Tang Tian heave a sigh of relief instead. If Dooku made Tang Tian look at him in a different light, then the Honorable Marshal's roar was truly an unexpected surprise. An old ship that had been scrapped for a few hundred years, a group of amateurs who had never controlled a warship before, a brand new and untested tactic, and similarly a brand new and untested technology, actually obtained an absolute victory and wiped out the enemy's fleet. Tang Tian was shocked. How can Temple give up on the Shang continent? Melissa hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head. Yes. When Tang Tian saw the report, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. When they rushed out of the trading ship, they coincidentally witnessed an astonishing scene. Oh, that must be it. Chapter 882. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. He was dumbstruck. Tang Tian suddenly thought of a question. Wait a minute, could it be that all these armies are going to the same continent? When the holy bell had rung yesterday, she had guessed in her heart that it was most likely Tang Tian who had forced Temple into a corner, but she realized that she had still underestimated Tang Tian. All of you are now part of Macefield Trading's internal security army, called the Iron Mask Army. Melissa continued. Relax, the organization truly has an Iron Mask army, but they rarely show themselves outside, so you don't have to worry about being exposed. As long as you do not expose yourselves, you should be safe, but be careful of other armies. Melissa stared at the matchless ship in a daze. Macefield Tradings used to have a gold-grade warship as well. I cannot meet Chia in such a sorry state. That was the first thought that popped up in Tang Tian's mind. But he immediately felt that he was right. He had not seen Chia for so many years, but in the end, Chia saw him being surrounded and beaten up. What she was most worried about was that the group of butchers would not be able to control themselves and slaughter the enemy's army. That would be the true problem. Wouldn't that mean that our plans are ruined? Seems like it is ruined. Furthermore, we are reunited with Chia. How can we waste it on fighting and killing? At the very least, we should reunite and get intimate before fighting and killing. The other party was extremely fast, and was obviously rushing towards them. After gathering information, she found out that Tang Tian actually had such a shocking influence in the savage continent, and the Sin domain that had risen from the ashes was also listening to his orders. She was stunned. All of a sudden, Melissa had a strong premonition that this journey would not be smooth sailing. Melissa even knew that Elizabeth Tradings was one of the masterminds behind the crisis of Macefield Tradings. When Melissa spoke, she did not even look at Tang Tian. She was concealing the shock in her heart. One for everyone. Melissa called for everyone to take off their masks, then explained, "Temple is currently extremely tense. We need to be careful. Do not look down on Temple's ability to gather information. It is just that they did not pay enough attention to you previously. Once they start paying attention, your intelligence will quickly reach their hands. Temple will not check every family's army, but we cannot let the cat out of the bag. For example, Jize, your demon blade is too obvious. You need to keep it." When the matchless ship got close, it did not show any signs of slowing down, as though a huge mountain was crashing down on them. With 3 parties working together, even Temple would not be able to handle it. Regardless if it was the Sin domain or the Savage continent, both of them made Temple feel as though a blade was placed on their necks. Tang Tian casually took it. The mask was very simple, and there was nothing fancy about it. It was made of a single piece of iron, and its color was gray and black. Only the eyes were exposed. Jize nodded and kept his bewitching blade. He knew that his bewitching blade was too eye-catching. Ever since her grandfather decided to rely on Tang Tian, Melissa had been filled with worry. In her heart, Temple's might was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean, as majestic as a sacred mountain. Although Tang Tian was strong, his individual strength was outstanding. The armies under him were elites, and behind him was the Southern Alliance. But to her, such strength was only for ordinary powerhouses, and compared to Temple, they were on a completely different level. The situation is terrible. Colin's army has been destroyed, and the revival of the Sin domain is unstoppable. All of them have a blood feud with Temple, and there is no way to resolve it. The Southern Alliance's front lines are not going smoothly either. It is said that Go Chung Wundao's request for reinforcements has piled up a few tables. But what Temple is most anxious about is the Wei Yi Guan continent. The Savage Continent's army suddenly appeared outside the Wei Yi Guan continent, and the scale is unprecedented. When Temple received the news, all of the clan elders panicked. The atmosphere in the Honorable Marshall continent suddenly became tense. The number of warships in the sky had obviously increased. All of the warships with all sorts of insignias made Tang Tian's eyes widen. Even the trading ships and transport ships were filled with people. All of them had fierce glints in their eyes, and with one look, one could tell that they were tigers and wolves. Johnson's eyesight was even better, and from afar he could see the insignias on the warships, and his face changed. "Young miss, it's Elizabeth Trading's matchless ship." Tang Tian patted his chest with confidence. "Don't worry, we will definitely not lose. We will definitely not let you lose, face." "Damn it, they are not slowing down." Johnson's face changed. It was just that their business had met with a huge problem, and they had no choice but to give up their only gold-grade warship as one of their conditions. "It's extremely lively." Melissa then called for a guard to bring out a chest, and when she opened it, inside were neatly arranged metal masks. She picked one up and threw it to Tang Tian. At such a crucial time, the Savage Continent's army had suddenly arrived, and it was definitely not a coincidence. She thought about the Chia that Tang Tian had mentioned. Isn't she from the Savage Continent? Desperate? This is the rhythm of forcing Temple to their deaths. The armies of the various families had all gathered in the Saint Continent. Tang Tian and the rest had thought of all sorts of ways to make the Saint Continent empty, but their army had suddenly become extremely robust. No wonder Temple wants to wring the Holy Bell. Melissa's face immediately became gloomy. Beside her, the other members of Macefield Tradings were filled with indignation. Elizabeth Tradings was Macefield Tradings' mortal enemy. Both parties were like fire and water, and for the past few years, Macefield Tradings had been suppressed by Elizabeth Tradings. Elizabeth Tradings had suppressed Macefield Tradings in many ways. Macefield Tradings was declining day by day. Other than because of their own successors, Elizabeth Tradings could be seen everywhere. The Holy Bell was personally rung by the great clan elder. Because of the worsening situation, the great clan elder had no choice but to end his closed-door training and come out to take charge. Melissa continued. All the aristocratic families in the Honorable Marshall Continent have been mobilized. The Honorable Marshall Continent has already entered a state of war, and the prices of the goods on the market have increased by more than 50%. Why is my heart beating so fast? Why are my palms sweating? I can't think of anything. Damn it, why can't I think of anything? Damn it, I'm so nervous, what do I do? Tang Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. All right, he finally had the feeling of shooting himself in the foot. According to their plan, the Honorable Marshall Continent would be in flames, and Temple, whose military strength was stretched to the limit, should be running for their lives, and continuously sending more troops to the various battlefields. Like that, Temple would become empty, and Tang Tian and the rest would be able to take the chance to attack Temple. Tang Tian was excited. It sounds like it will be very lively. That's too embarrassing. Tang Tian felt that it was worse than killing him, and he was unable to accept it. There were no problems with the plan, but no one expected for the great clan elder to ring the Holy Bell. Melissa was shocked by Tang Tian's expression and asked weakly, "Is something wrong?" "It's decided," Tang Tian reacted, "but why am I so slow to react?" "All right, it seems more normal." Tang Tian naturally threw the vexation to the back of his head. Since he was about to meet Chia soon, he could just leave the complicated problem to Chia. The distance between the two parties quickly decreased. The matchless ship's astonishing body became bigger and bigger in everyone's eyes, causing Melissa's face to turn green. The matchless ship was Elizabeth Trading's strongest warship, and was a gold-grade warship. Temple did not have strict control over armies, and every family and trading organization could build their own armies. But for warships, especially the powerful gold-grade warships, they had strict restrictions on their owners. Yes, Melissa nodded her head. Temple is in the Saint Continent, and only the Saint Continent can hold so many armies. That was Melissa's most painful memory, and it was on that day that her grandfather, who had always been healthy, suddenly seemed to have aged by 10 years. Melissa laughed bitterly. With so many armies gathered together, it is easy for something to happen. Furthermore, the various families are fighting in the open and in the dark, so how can we see each other's trump cards? Now that we have the chance, it is normal for us to test it out. Everyone, do not be too nervous. Winning or losing does not matter. Do not let your emotions affect your decisions. Do not use your usual fighting style. It will easily arouse suspicion. At that time, we will be in trouble. Every single employee of Macefield Tradings knew of Elizabeth's ambition to swallow up Macefield Tradings. Only the families that were officially recognized by Temple had the qualifications to own gold-grade warships. If they did not obtain Temple's recognition, regardless if they were to purchase or build a gold-grade warship, they would be punished by Temple. Melissa almost blurted out, "Don't worry about it, just let me be embarrassed." Tang Tian's face changed. He thought of another important question. How am I going to be intimate with Chia at that time? Right at that moment, Johnson noticed the situation behind them. A warship was quickly approaching them. Wait a minute. The gigantic warship cast a shadow that enveloped the small trading ship like a dark cloud. Melissa saw that after Tang Tian put on his mask, he had sunk into deep thoughts and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seems like he finally realized the importance of the problem and knows the consequences of exposing his identity. Since that's the case, he will definitely treat it seriously. As long as Tang Tian treated it seriously, Melissa believed that it would not be a problem. She knew how terrifying his strength was. But she was helpless. Tang Tian and Chie's rendezvous point was in the Saint Continent. The Saint Continent was the capital of the Honorable Martial Continent, and because of Temple's existence, it was called the Saint Continent. Temple's most sacred ground, the Honorable Martial Palace, was also in the Saint Continent. The Saint Continent was located in the center of the Honorable Martial Continent and was the largest and most flourishing continent in the Honorable Martial Continent. As long as it was a large trading organization or a slightly reputable family, they would have a branch in the Saint Continent. Be careful of other armies? Tang Tian was surprised. Could it be that someone is looking for trouble? Why did grandfather choose Tang Tian? After thinking it through, Tang Tian started to think about Melissa's words and felt that it made sense. If they were to clash and their identities were exposed, then they would be surrounded and beaten up. Although Tang Tian was confident in his own strength, he was not stupid. Ganging up on others was a pleasure, but if he were to be ganged up on, he would rather not experience it. The worry in his heart unknowingly lessened. With the identity of the leader of the Southern Alliance facing a colossus like Temple, it was far from enough. But adding the Savage Continent and Sin Domain, even Melissa had to admit that Tang Tian already had the qualifications to compete with Temple. Chapter 883. Claudia watched in shock as the masked fellows stood up one by one and stared at her with unkind expressions, their killing intent soaring. She was confused and did not understand why. Melissa, who had always been a virtuous lady, could not help but scold them. Her face was ashen. Her eyes were spewing fire. Her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. This is too much. The matchless ship did not have any intentions of slowing down and continued to charge forward. If they were to collide, the trading ship would definitely be smashed into pieces. Ha 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 ha, isn't this Miss Melissa? The last time, Melissa was not respectful to Tang Tian and was almost killed by them. It was an extremely dangerous experience and left a deep impression on her. Thus, even though the group of despicable fellows were praising Claudia without restraint, Melissa suppressed the anger in her heart. Then, the task of teasing beauties will be handed to us, the ordinary and vulgar fellows. I am complaining on behalf of everyone here. Claudia reacted quickly and immediately changed to a confused expression. With everyone's strength and status, this trading ship is truly too shabby. Even if we don't talk about gold-grade warships, we should at least have a top-grade silver-grade warship. Is this how Macefield's trading treats everyone? I am truly unable to tolerate everyone receiving such cold treatment. So I will say it out loud in front of Miss Melissa. If everyone is willing to join my trading organization, this young lady is willing to double the treatment provided by Macefield's trading. I believe that with everyone's strength, you are all worthy of such treatment. This way, this young lady can seek guidance every day. It can be considered as fulfilling this young lady's selfishness. Melissa was so angry that her entire body was trembling, but she did not flare up. She did not dare flare up because she knew how terrifying they were, how temperamental they were, how cold-blooded they were, and how they viewed human lives as grass. Asshole! The mission of saving the world belongs to Master. The captain of the trading ship was experienced, and upon seeing the matchless ship, he had a bad premonition and had made preparations. When he realized that the other party was charging towards them, he immediately made a decision and fiercely swerved the ship. The ship released a screeching sound, and the moving trading ship made a large turn. Melissa clenched her teeth. Claudia! Her eyes became blurred, and her voice became softer and softer, with a hint of surprise. I've long heard of your fame. I wonder if I can ask you for a small favor. In this world, only one person is qualified to recruit us. No matter how you looked at it, Claudia was a great beauty. Claudia's eyes lit up when she noticed that Melissa was angry but restrained. As an old rival of Macefield Trading's, she naturally knew that Macefield Trading's had a mysterious Iron Mask army, and it was said that this army was Macefield Trading's final trump card. I really didn't expect this. Gise's tone was flat. Melissa, who witnessed the scene, could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. No, Gise shook his head and said calmly, I'm just a little surprised. Claudia's expression froze, and then her face was full of resentment and fear. If you don't board the ship, what if someone sneaks into the room? At least he did not forget their disguises. The other team members around him immediately puffed out their chests and raised their heads, putting on an attitude of, who else but me can do it? Gise thumped his chest so loudly that it shook the heavens. To serve a beauty, I will never say no. Johnson's reaction was much faster. He shot forward to the pilot house. He shouted anxiously, Dodge! Quickly dodge! Companions? His gaze was filled with sympathy, disdain, and contempt. His tone of voice was indifferent without a trace of warmth. He was clearly standing below, but it was as though he was looking down on them. I am surprised that someone actually dares to recruit us. Truly a bunch of idiots. The last sentence was filled with an indescribable temptation. Claudia's eyes flashed with an indescribable charm. No wonder Melissa was so angry, but still tried her best to restrain herself. It seems like the rumors were not wrong. The Iron Mask army was Macefield Trading's final trump card. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Melissa and the Iron Mask army did not seem to have a good relationship. If not, why would the Iron Mask army treat Melissa as if she was nothing? The members of the God Armor army discussed fervently. In truth, Melissa was also a great beauty, but she was too pure. Claudia, who was like a blazing flame in front of them, made the wild beasts even more excited. It's not really recruitment. I just don't want a pearl to be covered in dust. Claudia smiled charmingly. Gise's hand had already touched the blade hilt at his waist when he suddenly thought about Melissa's words about the bewitching blade being too dazzling. He released the hilt. Coincidentally, he saw Claudia's startled face and laughed. You should not have committed such a taboo. Gise said as a matter of fact, you can come to our ship. Gise, who was wearing a mask, could not tell if he was happy or angry. Claudia had a pair of sparkling and translucent red pupils. Her charm was like spring water. Her exquisite and beautiful face did not have any flaws. Her warm and moist red lips were extremely alluring, and her smile was filled with an indescribable evil aura of ridicule. What are you surprised about? Claudia asked subconsciously. A voice filled with ridicule and insolence came out from above everyone's head. A beautiful young lady stood on the railing of the matchless ship, her bright red dress fluttering in the air like a rose in full bloom. Hearing their unbridled discussion and praising Claudia, Melissa's face became as black as a pot. But she did not say a word. They were a group of wild beasts, butchers, killing machines. All of them were arrogant and untamed and extremely dangerous. If anyone dared to point fingers at them or get angry at them, they would not rest until they were dead. In their eyes, there were no rules, no taboos, no fear. They only had Tang Tian in their eyes. Only Tang Tian could order them and even berate or scold them. They did not care. Oh my God, is she seducing me with that gaze? I can't hold it in any more. Claudia was overjoyed. That's great. With everyone here, this young lady can finally have a good night's sleep. The matchless ship is spacious and stable. Why don't everyone come up and have a chat? I can get closer to all of you. It was different from the arrogant ridicule from before. Her voice was extremely soft and seductive, as though there was a small claw scratching at everyone's hearts. Hearing that, Gise felt that it was nothing, and immediately replied, No problem. Seeing Jizai's gaze, she resisted the urge to laugh. "We welcome Miss Claudia. Our ship is still the safest. With them around, Claudia can be assured of her safety. If there's a need, I can give my room to Miss Claudia." Claudia was extremely understanding of Melissa. She immediately noticed Melissa's patience, but in her eyes, it was another interpretation. Jizai, who was filled with bashfulness, stepped forward and coughed lightly. "That's right, we are the Iron Mask Army with extraordinary strength." Claudia was startled, then laughed. "I am just giving everyone a treatment that matches your strength. Our Chamber of Commerce is thirsty for talent. In this aspect, we are naturally very different from some declining Chamber of Commerce." Jizai looked at Tang Tian, who did not move, as though he did not notice the movements around him. Jizai already had a deep understanding of Tang Tian, and was long used to Tang Tian's habit of completely ignoring the surroundings. But he could not help but be filled with respect. As expected, only a person like Master who is focused on his own world is able to not be disturbed by the outside world, and thus can obtain such great achievements. Melissa was no longer angry. She watched coldly from the side. Truly, the boss will bring out the same kind of troops. Jizai's action of patting his chest was exactly the same as Tang Tian's. If it was in the past, she would definitely be infuriated, but now that her horizons had been broadened, she was no longer the Melissa who threw a tantrum. Claudia was familiar with her, but she was also familiar with Claudia and could roughly guess Claudia's intentions. Claudia looked down from above, her black hair fluttering in the wind, but she did not care and continued to ridicule. Since when did our Miss Melissa become like a stray dog? It truly is surprising. Such a broken ship. How can it be worthy of our esteemed Miss Melissa? How about it? Considering the terrible situation of Mace Field Tradings, our matchless ship can give Miss Melissa a free ride. This is a gold-grade warship. Our adorable Miss Melissa, you have long forgotten what it feels like. Ha! She was extremely pleased in her heart. As long as the Iron Mask Army boarded the matchless ship, they would completely break off their relationship with Melissa. And who knew, they might even be able to obtain the elite. Claudia's voice was extremely pitiful. Recently, the road has not been safe, and there have already been a few fights. Although this young lady has a warship, but in truth, I do not have many guards and cannot sleep well at night. I wonder if this young lady can travel with all of you for peace of mind. Claudia's expression froze on her face. Her indifferent words were filled with killing intent, as though the bright and beautiful sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A violent gale blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. "You want to recruit us?" To the matchless ship, Jizai was startled. He shook his head. "Not going." Truly a flirtatious little seductress. Jizai could not help but whistle. Even in the Sin domain, such a beautiful and flirtatious woman was rarely seen. Melissa's face became darker and darker. She was so angry that she was about to explode. She never thought that they would have such resistance towards beauty. Seeing how easily they were seduced by Claudia, she knew that Claudia was doing it on purpose to make things difficult for her. The trading ship barely scraped the side of the matchless ship, but following that, the trading ship was like a leaf swaying in the wind, and was forcefully pushed over 10 m away by the high-speed matchless ship. Melissa was laughing in her heart. She suddenly laughed sweetly and asked Jizai and the rest, "You guys are the Iron Mask Army?" She sneered in her heart. She knew that there was a good show to watch. She was extremely pleased. Even if she could not incite the Iron Mask Army to defect, she could still cause a rift between them and Mace Field Tradings. She enjoyed the thrill of flipping the clouds while chatting and laughing. Whoa, what a beautiful girl. Chapter 884. Woo, 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 woo. My body is always so honest. In Jizai's eyes, Tang Tian was the strongest man in the world, the most heroic man, and the person that he admired the most. But Fu Zhengji was much older than Jizai and was experienced, so his temper was naturally not as big. When Claudia opened her mouth to recruit them, he only felt that it was a joke, but was not as angry as Jise. You actually dare to flatter me in front of my boss. I never thought that Jise, who looked like a brainless man, would actually be so proficient in flattering people. Fu Zhengji immediately felt that he had met his match. Look at this powerful and resolute expression of loyalty, coupled with this unyielding. No, it's the killing intent of being humiliated. This is truly the performance of a best actor. It can be said to be a stroke of genius. I truly underestimated him. Become someone else's subordinate? What a joke. Jise did not feel that it was some bullshit honor, but felt that he was being humiliated. What Tang Tian had won over Jise was not only his fists. Even Melissa was dumbstruck. One could imagine how Claudia was completely dumbstruck. What the hell is going on? Even if you are not willing, there is no need to fight and kill. All right, even if you feel that I am humiliating you and want to fight and kill, why are you doing such a mushy and emotional thing? His impression of Melissa was extremely bad. At the start, Melissa was arrogant and conceited, causing him to have killing intent. Jise felt that Melissa's grandfather was not bad. He had good eyesight and was tactful and decisive. After that, although Melissa became more obedient, but Jise could still feel that she was not sincere in joining their side, and always left some leeway for him. Jise was an untamed and arrogant person, but he was extremely stubborn upon deciding to truly serve Tang Tian. He would not hold anything back towards Melissa's way of doing things. He did not hate it, but he did not like it. Claudia felt that she was being played. That's right, it must be Melissa, that bitch, purposely doing this to make a fool out of me. Her face was flushed, and she was flustered and exasperated. She had never suffered such a big loss in her life. Furthermore, it was in front of Melissa. An unprecedented shame and anger filled her heart. Her dark red eyes lit up with a bright red light due to her agitation. All of her disguise had completely disappeared, and she screamed out, "Kill them! Kill them for me!" What a pity, a waste of expressions. Little Zay, let me teach you another lesson as a senior. When you waste expressions, then drag everyone with you to waste them. Slightly awkward silence, a complete awkward silence. Fu Zhengji used his hands to fix his mask. A cold light aura flashed past his eyes. But when Jise said those words with righteousness, that's right, in Fu Zhengji's eyes, Jise was righteousness. The howling wind from high up in the sky blew everyone into a mess. But who was Claudia? Yes, an insult. Everyone in the God Armor army were all dumbstruck. Jise, who was initially brimming with killing intent, was dumbstruck. He was also stunned by the scene. So, the Holy Bell's Ben also had some leeway. As long as no lives were lost, Temple would not care. He calmly rearranged his expression. The red rims of his eyes returned to normal in the blink of an eye, and his tone did not reveal any abnormalities. Oh, we just rejected young Miss Claudia's invitation and displayed our determination to forever follow Master. Everyone feels the same way and agrees with it. His eyes immediately turned red. His entire body trembled. As though he was angered to the point that he was trembling, he spoke with a hoarse voice. To humiliate us in front of Master in the name of recruiting, that is unforgivable. Even if Temple comes, they will not be able to stop our determination to follow Master. Even if the mountains are barren, the rivers are dry, even if the winter thunder rumbles, the summer rain and snow, even if the heavens and earth merge together, even if the heavens and earth become barren, even if we are at the ends of the earth, our determination to follow Master will never waver. To live is Master's man. To die is Master's ghost. Furthermore, Tang Tian was a huge benefactor to the entire Sin domain. That's right, it was a huge benefactor. Without Tang Tian, would the Sin domain be able to break out of the cage? This was something that even Duke had to admit. And didn't you see how Dooku did not hesitate to rely on Boss. This huge benefactor cannot be avoided. Melissa wanted to cover her face. So embarrassing. And it was in front of Claudia. Oh my God, why did I have to make them disguise as the Iron Mask Army? The reputation of the Iron Mask Army, the reputation of Mace Field Tradings. To be recruited by such a person, Ji was willing. When Claudia's words came out, whoosh, the guards who were already impatient soared into the air, leaping out from the side of the ship and pouncing towards the trading ship below. It was a completely subconscious action. The long period of demonic training had left behind a shadow and had long become their instincts. Melissa and Claudia were once again dumbstruck, but their reactions were completely different. In his heart, there was only one person in the entire world who had the qualifications to recruit him, and that was Tang Tian. Ji did not submit to Tang Tian from the start. On the contrary, he was initially shocked by Tang Tian's strength and temporarily lowered his head in the face of death, but in his heart, he had always been planning to escape. Claudia, who had always felt that he had seen the world and had the confidence to handle all sorts of situations, suddenly felt that he did not know what to do. In the Sin domain, whoever wanted to obtain a powerful inheritance would be afraid of others finding out about it. But Tang Tian did not. The heavy demonic execution was such a powerful thing, yet he actually imparted it to everyone without holding back. He was never greedy for treasures. Not only would he not be jealous of his subordinates' treasures, but he was extremely generous to everyone. The death thumb ring was a powerful treasure, and he gave it away just like that. He helped them refine their treasures, and if he had any enlightenment, he would immediately share it with everyone. If it was a young man like Ji, he would definitely feel embarrassed. But who was Fu Zhongji? Fu Zhongji's body froze. Could it be that Master actually did not see my performance just now? Melissa's face changed. Claudia, you dare. Holy Bell prohibition. Under the Holy Bell, anyone who dares to fight amongst themselves will be killed without mercy. He clenched his teeth and used all of his strength to shout out the last sentence. But with so many families gathered together, and many of them had accumulated generations of hatred between them, how could there not be any conflicts? Claudia revealed a ferocious smile. Break their legs. Slap everyone 50 times. Melissa was dumbstruck. This. Claudia was stunned. The Holy Bell had not been rung for a long time, and there were many rules that everyone had long forgotten. But with Melissa's reminder, she suddenly remembered about the Holy Bell prohibition. The ringing of the Holy Bell meant that Temple was in a dangerous situation, and at such a time, any internal strife would weaken Temple's strength. Thus there was the Holy Bell prohibition. Tang Tian's face was filled with shock as he looked at the dumbstruck crowd. He obviously did not understand what had happened. All of them were proud members of the God Armor Army, but now that someone had suddenly appeared and wanted to recruit them, it would be weird if everyone's faces were good. Like Fu Zhongji, he had the identity of a patriarch, and in terms of family history, he was much older than the Elizabeth Tradings that had appeared out of nowhere. Crafty, too crafty. Shameless, too shameless. Tang Tian was moved. He suddenly stood up and spoke excitedly. Good, we will fight together forever. Claudia's recruitment had once again touched his most taboo, and the anger in his heart could be imagined. But as time passed, he was slowly convinced by Tang Tian. His inhumanly powerful strength and jaw-dropping improvement speed caused Ji's competitive spirit to quickly dissipate. To him, even the number one man of Sin Domain, Dooku, was definitely not Tang Tian's opponent. Hey, what are all of you doing? Everyone almost vomited. All of them, who were extremely excited in their hearts, had never thought that they would be implicated, and all of them cursed at Fu Zhongji in their hearts. But when Tang Tian's gaze swept past them, everyone's heart trembled. They subconsciously stood up straight, puffed out their chests, and raised their heads. They did not look sideways. Their movements were extremely uniform, and they all nodded their heads in unison, their tone as firm as steel. "We will forever follow Master." Especially when he suddenly reacted, "Boss is still by the side." Claudia suddenly had a misconception that he was the brothel keeper who separated his lover, the evil tyrant who separated a pair of lovers. But it was clearly just recruitment. It was not only him. The other members of the God Armor Army also had ugly expressions. They had followed Tang Tian for a long time and naturally had a sense of arrogance. This arrogance was not from Tang Tian's arrogance, but from the days and nights of interacting with the most peak martial techniques, completing the harshest training, and obtaining victory after victory. All of these accumulated. In the sky, one after another, figures with killing intent descended from the sky. But since Tang Tian felt that it did not matter, he could not do anything. Since he did not like them, he naturally could not be bothered to give Melissa face, which was why he dared to take liberties with Claudia. Tang Tian was enlightened and turned to look at everyone. Ji Zhe was convinced. He knew that he could not be so magnanimous. For the Null Division, Tang Tian completely disregarded his own safety and nearly flipped the entire Sin domain upside down. At that time, Tang Tian was not as powerful as he was today, but he dared to make the entire Sin domain his enemy. Such bravery and loyalty made Ji Zhe admire him from the bottom of his heart. Ji Zhe squinted his eyes. He did not conceal his killing intent and sneered behind his mask. "Why is it that upon leaving the Sin domain, all the women that I meet do not know the immensity of heaven and earth? In such a dazzling stage, under the gaze of the Master, how can I let you be so lonely? Come, little Zhe, let me, as your senior, use a beautiful performance to tell you, in terms of being shameless, you are still too inexperienced." Tang Tian, who was immersed in his own world, was oblivious to the clamor of the outside world. He had always been like that. As long as he was immersed in his own world, no matter how noisy the surroundings were, it would not affect him. But when the surroundings suddenly became quiet, it caused him to wake up. Geniuses like Ji Zhe had always been arrogant and unbridled. To them, being the number one under the heavens was their only goal. And even if they could not be number one now, their future goal would definitely be number one. Even the number one person of Sin Domain, Dooku, was the same. Ji Zhe could admit that Dooku was currently stronger than him, but he would never think that he would be weaker than Dooku in the future, much less accept Dooku's recruitment. Chapter 885. It seems to be a miniature war formation. Interesting. Upon thinking about how she acted like a clown, she was so angry that her entire body started to tremble. Looking at the Iron Mask Army in a different light was just something she did on a whim. The feeling of being betrayed in front of me, that feeling must be extremely great. It will definitely leave a deep impression on Melissa, but towards battles, she had never retreated. Furthermore, to dare to be so arrogant in front of me, she must be tired of living. Bang! She did not even place Melissa in her eyes. No one could stop the decline of Macefield Tradings. Regardless of whether it was using the warships to suppress the enemy or ridiculing Melissa, she was unbridled. She did not even place the Iron Mask Army in her eyes. Elizabeth Tradings had many elite armies, so what was an Iron Mask Army to them? Just based on 100 people, how could they threaten Elizabeth Tradings? What a joke! Master Hank had actually decided to use a war formation. The trained war formations could finally be used in actual battles, causing everyone to be excited and excited. But when he observed carefully, he did not discover anything, as though the sense of danger was just a misperception. Hank and the rest were all covered in mist, and before their perspiration could flow, it would evaporate. At that time, I will be able to enjoy the ugly looks of them kneeling and begging for mercy. The power of the seal continued to increase, and no one dared to hold back. The Iron Mask leader inside the forbidden hoop was like a wild beast that had fallen into a berserk state and gradually calmed down. From his trembling body, it could be seen that he had not given up on struggling, but because the power of the seal was too strong, it was suppressing him. Hank took the initiative to make a move, causing the other bodyguards to become excited. The enraged Claudia wanted to tear them to shreds. Even if she had to start a war with Mace Field Tradings, she did not care. What is Mace Field Tradings? They don't even have a gold warship. They are not worthy of having so much wealth. After training in the war formation for so long, they did not know how powerful it was. But is there a need for a war formation? When Hank brought them to surround Tang Tian, they knew that the opponent was the man in front of them. They had seen the other people expressing their loyalty to Tang Tian and knew that the man in front of them was the leader of the Iron Mask army. However, he soon realized that he was also being targeted by others. A small group of guards appeared in front of him. When had he ever been so disgraced as he was today? It was simply unforgivable. Although most of them felt that Boss Hank was making a mountain out of a molehill, they still followed the usual training and did not dare to be negligent. It was not because of the young lady's anger. Hank's status was high, and he only needed to ensure Claudia's safety. As for Claudia's feelings, it was not within his scope of responsibility. In the beginning, he was watching the show as well, and he laughed in his heart indifferently towards his young Mrs. Foolish actions. But out of safety considerations, he habitually observed the other party. Tang Tian snickered. Before his smile faded, he suddenly moved. Magical energy shot out from the tip of his feet, leaving afterimages behind. Like a bolt of lightning, he directly charged into the enemy's troops. Claudia's beautiful eyes were filled with viciousness. Her heart was boiling with murderous intent. When Hank reminded them to prepare the battle formation, they were even more excited. In the Sacred Saint Galaxy, where armies ruled, tactics, formations, synchronization, these were things that everyone had interacted with since young and were extremely familiar with. But army formations used to protect people and the like were not useful. The guards emphasized on individual strength, and their battle formation was specially designed by Hank and was much more flexible. When he saw the situation clearly, he was startled. Is he even human? Such power! One of the guards exclaimed. Tang Tian's reaction shocked them. Their eyes blurred, and an afterimage appeared in front of them. The halo above his head shot down a pillar of light that enveloped Tang Tian. Tang Tian, who was in the pillar of light, was like an insect in amber, not moving at all. Tang Tian felt as though he had sunk into a swamp. The air around him suddenly congealed, and every movement he made became extremely slow and difficult. What surprised him even more was that the energy around him had become like a swamp. It was the first time Tang Tian had encountered such a situation. His god fist could extract the laws of an area and thus achieve the effect of freezing space. But the group of people in front of him had a completely different formation. Not only could their formation change the density of the air, it could also greatly reduce the activity of energy. A circular halo flew out from Hank's hand, and the others flicked their fingers at the same time, causing 10 formless undulations to spread out, causing the halo to expand. As expected, Tang Tian became even more interested. It was an extremely perfect energy synchronization, and it was different from the energy synchronization of an army. Break their legs and slap each of them 50 times. If not for Boss Hank's prestige among them, they would have long stopped training. It was rare for Boss Hank to personally come out. Could it be that the opponent had some powerful character? But very quickly, his face changed. He felt that they were imprisoning a powerful wild beast, and the opponent was struggling with all his might, waves of terrifying power continuously striking their forbidden hoop. If he were to face such a powerful force alone, the forbidden hoop would have long been torn to shreds. But she quickly laughed and slowly released her fists. These idiots, don't they know that in front of absolute power, such methods are useless and will only make them wish they were dead? Hank was extremely confident in the formation that he had designed. It was called the Forbidden Hoop and was originally a martial technique that Hank had comprehended himself. But he quickly realized that a single person's strength was not enough to unleash the power of the Forbidden Hoop. Thus, he designed it to be used for around 10 men. Sensing that they had completely sealed the opponent, Hank heaved a sigh of relief. Once the seal was completed, the Forbidden Hoop would continuously absorb the surrounding energy and become stronger. Tang Tian was startled for a moment. He felt that the world was changing too quickly and was only distracted for a moment. For the sake of supporting Temple, Elizabeth Tradings had sent out all their elites, and the entire warship was filled with elites, true elites. Isn't dealing with such a small, broken trading ship a piece of cake? As long as I wait for a while, my bodyguards will send all of them to me. Claudia felt as though she had been slapped in the face. And furthermore, it was in front of Melissa. That fellow from the Iron Mask Army did it on purpose. It was a plot from the start. All of them wanted to make things difficult for me from the start. Tang Tian's body leaned forward, his hands protecting his head. His upper body had shrunk into a ball, as though he was a wild beast that was burying its head and sprinting. If not for the Holy Bell's ban, she would not let a single one of them off, and kill them all. Without thinking, he used his elbows to protect his chest. The surging energy surged into his arms, and a light screen energy shield appeared in front of him. The faces of the other bodyguards changed. They initially thought that Hank was making a big fuss over a minor issue, but only at that moment did they realize that they had met with a tough opponent. Almost instantaneously, another guard replaced the injured guard's position. Not only did Hank not relax, he became even more vigilant. He knew that the sense of danger that he felt was not an illusion, and he trusted his own intuition. This made him extremely cautious, and when Claudia gave the order to take action, he hesitated for a moment, but still decided to take the initiative. Damn the Holy Bell restriction. But they had trained in the formation for a long time, but they did not even have the chance to use it once. They were powerful and experienced, and ordinary people from Elizabeth Tradings did not dare to provoke them. Hank was the leader of Claudia's bodyguards, and he rarely took action. Claudia's father doted on her a lot, and the bodyguards by her side were extremely powerful. Every single one of them was hired with a huge sum of money. Basically, any situation could be resolved by a few bodyguards, and Hank did not even need to take action. Only at that moment did Hank have the time to pay attention to the others. Tang Tian's afterimage collided with the energy shield. Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. His gaze swept past the bodyguards and immediately noticed their formation. She was extremely confident in her own charm, and compared to directly mocking Melissa and toying with Melissa in the palm of her hand, she enjoyed the pleasure even more. In a flash, he had rushed into the air. Furthermore, when his gaze swept past Tang Tian, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. The bodyguard, facing Tang Tian, only felt his vision distorting, and his face changed. It was a phenomenon caused by the rapid movement of the air. The opponent's speed has actually reached such a terrifying level. Ha! Tang Tian revealed a look of surprise, synchronized energy undulation. All right, the leader of the Iron Mask Army is barely qualified, but they actually dare to clamor about what qualifications she has to recruit them. The bodyguards were dressed differently from the rest. They were dressed entirely in black. Their gazes were cold, and without saying a word, their ferocious auras leaked out. The leader of the group was expressionless, as though he was still asleep, but when his eyes opened and closed, an ominous glint flashed past, causing people's hearts to tremble. The clear and crisp sound of glass shattering made the bodyguard feel as though a heavy hammer had fiercely smashed onto his chest. What a powerful technique! Tang Tian could not help but exclaim in admiration. He groaned. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his body was flung out. The rest of their faces congealed. They continued to increase their own energy undulations and still maintained the perfect synchronization. The light aura from the forbidden hoop became brighter and brighter. The light pillar was so dense that it looked like it had substance. She clenched her fists tightly. She had decided that even if she could not kill them today, she would definitely not let them go. It was obvious that if a sacred saint galaxy martial artist were to encounter such a situation, they would instantly lose their fighting strength. The energy outside the forbidden hoop was isolated, and the energy inside the forbidden hoop was uncontrollable. The sacred saint galaxy martial artist's fighting strength would be greatly reduced. Adding the forbidden air, they could only wait to be captured. Tang Tian gave out the same order. And with that, his figure flashed and rushed towards Claudia. To capture the bandits, one must first capture the ringleader. He did not like Claudia, so he decided to capture her first. Furthermore, this ship is not bad. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. But this time, Hank took the initiative to stand out. Claudia's gaze landed on one person. Even Hank, who usually did not make a move, could not help but make a move, causing everyone to look forward to it. Chapter 886. Hank had never thought of the Sin Domain, but it was not his fault. Even though the Sin Domain's revival had shaken the entire honorable Martial continent, but there was very little information regarding the Sin Domain. Even Temple did not know what was happening in the depths of the Sin Domain. Their understanding of the Sin Domain was still stuck at a few hundred years ago. Hank would never have thought that there would be such a cruel place like the Sin Domain, where for people to survive, they had to fight. They had to keep fighting. There was no luck to speak of. The battles that they had experienced in their lives was something that the citizens of the honorable Martial continent could never imagine. The so-called rich battle experience in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was nothing in the Sin Domain. Hank was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a scene before. However, he had to admit that such a head-on battle, without any fancy tricks, really made his blood boil. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed that 500 people were still not enough. Johnson continuously ordered the guards of the Chamber of Commerce to catch any of their members who fell. His expression was equally nervous. He did not know why Ji Zhe and the others would choose such a method of battle that did not require any techniques. They clearly had the upper hand earlier, and as long as they persevered, defeating the enemy was only a matter of time. In the end, Ji Zhe and the others acted as if nothing had happened. The other party's energy barrier did not shatter, but he seemed to be drunk, spinning and swaying as he floated towards the ground. His eyes were shrewd and sharp, and he already had some doubts in his heart. With this comparison, he quickly made a new discovery. His face became paler and paler. His calm face revealed a trace of shock, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Hank had always been proud of his superb combat instincts, but a chill ran down Hank's spine. If a team member was in danger, as long as they stopped their own attacks, they could resolve the crisis. However, they still chose to attack, which showed how much trust they had in their teammates. If it was just one or two of them, it could be attributed to the tacit understanding of the members, but for them to appear so frequently, there could only be one reason. The Iron Mask Army would definitely use such tactics during their daily training. The endless muffled sounds were like muffled thunder, constantly exploding in the sky, causing everyone's ears to go numb. In comparison, the Iron Mask Protector's synchronization rate was barely passable, and their tactics were also very simple. However, their powerful individual strength made up for these weaknesses. A group of people roared as they pounced on the other party. All right, that was only because Sir was worried that their identities would be exposed. This was clearly a tactic. The matchless ship was already in an uproar. All of the bodyguards on board were shouting and cheering for their companions, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. Hank firmly believed in his own judgment, and it was such a basic judgment. How could he be wrong? Was there something that he hadn't noticed? Hank, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to step forward. Instead, he widened his eyes in fear of missing a single detail. Due to the Holy Bell's prohibition, the other party was obviously a little restrained. One side was ferocious like a wolf and a tiger, while the other side was timid and restrained. In a brawl like this where no one was allowed to kill, the most important thing was momentum. The second most important thing was not tactical cooperation or technique, but the body. In any case, he couldn't kill them, so it would depend on who could last longer. Obviously, those with stronger bodies could last longer. But how was that possible? There was actually someone who would formulate such a dangerous tactic, and even use it as a common tactic. From Hank's point of view, this kind of cooperation was extremely powerful and could help them control the rhythm of the battle. However, it required an extremely high level of tacit understanding, and it was very dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness, and the reinforcements from his teammates were half a step late, and if they didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Just like that, the curtains of an unprecedented collision began. Such a tactic was like walking on a tightrope. If there was a single mistake, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. All of the steel mask protectors that were flying around in the sky, all of their fighting instincts were not inferior to his. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. How can Mace Field Tradings have so many experts? Hank was truly startled. Jizé and the rest were charging forward like a herd of wild bulls. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was a good method. It was not easy to die. And it was extremely satisfying, causing their blood to boil. Thus, they imitated Jizé and rushed forward with the energy barrier. Seeing that the other party did not show any weakness, come on then, 5 of us can't even fight against one? Other than that, the other party's coordination was extremely outstanding. It could be seen that they had a high level of tacit understanding. It was an extremely mature team, and the members trusted each other. Hank had already seen it a few times. They acted as though they did not see the incoming attacks, and continued with their own rhythm. Whenever they were about to be hit, there would always be a teammate that would appear out of nowhere and help them resolve the crisis. Intuition. All of these steel mask protectors had astonishing fighting instincts. They were always able to sense danger in advance, allowing them to avert danger at the most crucial moment, allowing them to handle the situation more calmly. Only then did Hank understand why he always felt that the steel mask protectors were extremely skillful. Furthermore, they had a deep understanding of laws, allowing them to control energy to reach an extremely precise level. On this point, even Sima Xiao, who was born in Heaven's Road, could not help but be moved. As long as the Sin Domain martial artists were able to overcome the discomfort of energy, even if they did not learn any Heaven's Road martial techniques, their precise control over energy was enough to completely defeat the saints of Heaven's Road. What kind of people are they? Hank's heart was in a perilous state. Just as everyone was attracted by the unprecedented collision in the sky, no one noticed that Tang Tian, who was unmoving in the Forbidden Hoop's light pillar, suddenly blinked his eyes. If they lost, he knew what was waiting for them. With the Holy Bell's ban, Claudia would not kill them, but she would definitely break their limbs and slap their mouths. Too terrifying. He was definitely unable to accept such humiliation. On Macefield Trading's trading ship, the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the sky, the 100 men of the Iron Mask Army were facing an enemy that was 5 times their size. The disadvantage in numbers caused the entire scene to be extremely bitter. But very quickly, Hank frowned, because he suddenly realized that the Iron Mask Army's tactics had never been overdone. Damn it, it makes me want to go up and take a look. Hank's comrade beside him could not help but say, "How can it be like this?" That was where they were blessed by the heavens. If not for him personally witnessing it, he would definitely not believe it. Using training to replace walking. Oh, Master actually allowed them to ride on the trading ship recently. He is too kind. Although the Iron Mask army was few in numbers, they were extremely agile. They were like a group of agile and ferocious sheepdogs, coming and going like the wind, constantly weaving in and out. His own bodyguards were like a group of stupid sheep, constantly being chased around by them, unable to even touch the corners of their clothes. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Hank started to carefully observe the Iron Mask army, and gradually his expression became serious. When Jize raised his energy shield and rushed towards the enemy's bodyguards did not show any weakness, and similarly raised their own energy shields and rushed over. They had spent a great deal of effort to overcome the barrier of energy, but in the end, they did not have any chance to perform. Basically, it was done by the master alone, and their usefulness was pitifully small, which was even more cruel than the devil's training. To him, there should not be any suspense in the battle, as the disparity in numbers between the two parties was too great. How many people does the Iron Mask army have? Slightly more than 100. How many people did they mobilize? A full 500. It was a ratio of 5-to-1, 5 against 1, no matter how powerful the Iron Mask army was. It should be enough. But why is the battle not over yet? This group of idiots. Hank was seething with anger from the clumsy performance of his bodyguards. Their reactions were slow, they were exhausted from running for their lives, and were completely led by the nose by the enemy. Hank felt that his common sense was completely toppled. He also trusted his own intuition because he had an abundance of battle experience. Reliable battle intuition was something that could only be formed by people who had been through hundreds of battles. It was more difficult to obtain than any martial arts or battle tactics because it did not have any shortcuts. 500 against 100, and they were still unable to win. That was already inexcusable. Furthermore, their performance was so terrible, Hank had already decided to take care of them after the battle. Jize and the rest did not know of Hank's worries. They were fighting excitedly. Ever since they left the Sin domain and entered the Honorable Martial Continent, they faced a huge problem, which was to adapt to the energy-dense environment in the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The most important thing was to fight. The energy in the Sacred Saint Galaxy was too dense, and their previous fighting methods were completely inapplicable, so they had to make changes. Satisfying. Too satisfying. From the first day they left the Sin domain, the Devil's training had never left them. All right, in truth, the Devil's training could be traced back to the formation of the God Armor Army. The Master was easy to talk to in other aspects, and would give them whatever they wanted. But in terms of training, he was a true tyrant, and along the way, he had scolded them with his saliva, which was enough to drown them to death. At that time, they could only fight it out. Even if they were to be punished by the temple or be wanted, they did not care. The members of the Iron Mask army were all outstanding individuals. They were extremely fast, their movements were strange and unpredictable, and they would often leave after touching the enemy. They were extremely slippery. Their own bodyguards were not used to such a style of opponents. They could only focus on the front and not the back, and completely lost their rhythm. The battle, oh no, the brawl, made them extremely excited. They could finally have a good fight, but it was a pity that it was not a real battle, and they could not enjoy it to their heart's content. All right, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. But the harsh training allowed Jize and the rest to get used to the brand new way of fighting. And they quickly experienced the benefits of this new way of fighting. Using laws to control energy, they realized that they were extremely powerful, so it turned out that their laws were able to control so much energy compared to the Sin domain, where they needed the law surface to project power. There was no need for such powerful laws here. A bit of law power was enough to control a large amount of energy, and compared to the Sin domain, the battles here were much easier. It was fine if it did not end, but what made Hank dumbstruck was that they were actually at a disadvantage. Chapter 887. But very quickly, she calmed down. Ignoring everything else, the ship was carrying a complete army, although it was not Temple's standard army structure, but it was much more than a mere 100-men Iron Mask army. No matter how ferocious a beast is, there will always be a cage to lock it up. Wait a minute! Increase speed, and increase speed again. Without dodging or any fancy moves, the two figures that were as fast as lightning clashed fiercely with the energy shield. This woman is the breakthrough. Since the matchless ship was related to his meeting with Chia, then in Tang Tian's heart, nothing else could be compared to it. Tang Tian's arm slowly extended out from the light pillar. This time, there were no ripples. Following that, Tang Tian's face and body struggled out of the light pillar. Using the word struggle to describe it was not appropriate. Tang Tian seemed to be floating out of the water, out of the Forbidden Hoop's wall of light. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief, and could not help but feel pleased, even though it looked like he had easily struggled out of the Forbidden Hoop. In truth, Tang Tian's mental state was extremely tense the entire time. He had gained some enlightenment on the Forbidden Hoop, but whether or not his enlightenment was right or wrong, he had not tested it. If there was any conflict, it would attract Hank and the rest's attention, and then his plan would be ruined. Claudia's eyes suddenly dilated. The expression on her face froze. Or snatch the matchless ship. There was nothing in the light pillar. With his powerful learning ability, Tang Tian was always able to learn the outstanding techniques of others. His unrestrained imagination allowed him to come up with many unimaginable ideas. From a grassroots, he relied on himself to continuously explore and grow, which also made him never blindly believe in authority. Without the restriction of rules and regulations, his usage of techniques was extremely bold, and he was able to jump out of the norm. In his mind, there was only the beautiful figure that he thought about day and night. Tang Tian's usage of the Forbidden Hoop had already changed beyond recognition, and even if Hank saw it, he would definitely not associate it with his own Forbidden Hoop. Inside the Forbidden Hoop, Tang Tian did not even look at the battlefield outside. All of his attention was on the Forbidden Hoop. Forbidden Hoop. Tang Tian had seen the holy flame before, and had a deep impression of the terrifying flames. Among all the flames he had seen, the holy flame was the most terrifying flame, even more so than the void hellfire. Pung! The energy shield shattered, and two figures flew backward at an even faster speed, causing a commotion. Everyone on the matchless ship was focused on the sky. All of them had rushed to the side of the warship, raising their heads to watch the battle in the sky. Even Claudia was no exception. Looking at the sky, although they had the advantage in numbers, they were still unable to gain the upper hand. She was extremely dissatisfied. All right, this wasn't something he needed to consider for now. It was more important to solve the problem in front of him first. Tang Tian blinked his eyes and looked at the sky. He immediately understood Jizei's intentions and relaxed. A direct collision like this without any fancy moves was a competition of physical strength. Sacred Saint Galaxy martial artists competing with Sin Domain martial artists in terms of physique. Tang Tian wanted to shake his head. The current Sacred Saint Galaxy was ignorant of the Sin Domain, but after everyone familiarized themselves with the Sin Domain, no one would do such a foolish thing. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Meeting Chia was his most important matter. Everything else was not worth mentioning. Ignoring the fact that Elizabeth Tradings would definitely retaliate after snatching the matchless ship, even if Temple came out, Tang Tian would not care. Only Tang Tian's body had ripples around him. The Forbidden Hoop's light pillar did not move. The final victory will belong to me. But in that moment, his conclusion was completely overturned. He looked at the sky in a daze. There were fewer and fewer techniques like the Forbidden Hoop that could make his eyes light up, and since he had finally encountered one, he naturally wanted to study it. Ji and the rest's fighting style could not be seen through by ordinary people, but they were about to enter the Saint Continent, where Temple's main camp was. There were many experts there, and if they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Just like Sophie, who he had met previously, her strength was unfathomable. And from what Melissa had said, the strongest person in Temple was not Sophie, but the great clan elder. No one knew. Melissa had said that no one had ever seen the great clan elder make a move, but no one dared to disobey the great clan elder's orders. Even sacred son Charles was whipped when the great clan elder said so. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the great clan elder's holy flames were gold. In the entire temple, only the great clan elder's holy flames were gold. Just like the man that Hank and the rest captured, Claudia's gaze could not help but turn to look at the forbidden hoop. How can we let Chia sit in such a shabby boat? Claudia's status and identity was enough to make the others hesitate. The most crucial step had gone smoothly, causing Tang Tian to relax, and his heart was filled with joy. On one hand, it meant that his enlightenment on the forbidden hoop was not wrong, and on the other hand, it meant that the success rate of the entire plan had increased greatly. From the moment Hank used the forbidden hoop, he had sensed how powerful it was. To the current Tang Tian, simple techniques did not have much meaning to him. He was more concerned about the laws and laws contained in the techniques, but these deep-level things were not easy to see through. For an expert like Hank, how could he allow his killing technique to be seen through by others? Hank would never have thought that his original creation, the forbidden hoop, would be seen through so easily. Direct, barbaric, sharp and bitter. Even Hank, a veteran who had seen many things, had no choice but to admit that he had never seen such a fierce and bitter battle before. The Iron Mask army obviously held the advantage, but what made him feel even more inconceivable was that he actually did not hear the masked men let out a groan. Tang Tian did not make a sound. He suddenly extended out his right leg. His movements were extremely slow, but his expression was extremely focused. The light aura around him started to ripple. It was as though he was slowly moving forward at the bottom of a river. All of the ripples seemed to be attracted by a magnet sticking closely to Tang Tian's body, and were unable to spread out. Tang Tian, who had made up his mind, quickly thought, and his gaze quickly landed on Claudia, although he had snatched Claudia's ship, and would definitely cause a ruckus. But without the gold-grade warship, Claudia naturally did not have enough confidence. Once that thought popped out, it would not go away. Tang Tian also felt that Claudia and the rest were slightly irritating. The matchless ship had many guards, and no matter how he looked at it, Claudia did not look like a woman who was content with her lot. He had offended her, and she would definitely not let it go so easily, and there would definitely be trouble in the future. Hank knew that it was not the case, and the only explanation was that the Iron Mask army had steel-like willpower. This conclusion surprised him. When Ji came out to tease Claudia, he had scoffed at the Iron Mask army. He did not think much of them, as they looked like a group of hooligans on the streets. The intense battle in the sky became Tang Tian's best cover. He was like a specter, quietly floating to the shadows below the matchless ship. His movements were extremely fast, but he did not make any sound, and even the air around him did not have any ripples. That meant that the white holy flame had undergone a qualitative change, and as for how its might would change without truly fighting, Tang Tian was unable to predict it. Gold holy flame. Tang Tian glanced at Hank and the rest. They had completely forgotten about Tang Tian's existence. They were all captivated by the soul-stirring battle in the sky. They floated a few meters above Tang Tian's head, all of them looking up and watching intently. No matter how powerful a killing technique was, as long as it was seen through, it would be easy to find a way to break it. That was why every killing technique had many disguises to confuse the enemy. This was also Tang Tian's unique fighting style. If Tang Tian wanted to see through its profoundness, He could only personally experience it, and that was the most direct and effective method. Of course, Tang Tian naturally had something to rely on for his confidence. His glass-like mental state was as calm as an ancient well and reflected the changes of the forbidden hoop. Are these fellows made of steel? This was a technique that he had just learned from the forbidden hoop, and he was now using it. The ripple that was so thin that it was hard to detect with the naked eye. Not only did it seal all of Tang Tian's spirit chi, it also made Tang Tian look like air, and would not cause any ripples in the air, and its strongest point was that it would not cause any energy ripples. This meant that almost all probing methods were ineffective on him. The entire process was silent. The light pillar did not tremble at all, and Hank and the rest who were floating above Tang Tian did not sense anything. The miraculous train of thought and the unique energy ripple caused his eyes to light up. He was no longer the newbie he was in the past. Heaven's Road's martial techniques, Sindomain's laws, Sacred Saint Galaxy's army-killing techniques, had allowed his strength to soar by leaps and bounds, and had continuously broadened his horizons and raised his realm. On the surface of his body, there was an extremely thin layer of ripples, and if one did not look carefully, it would be hard to notice. Sophie had already made Tang Tian fearful. How strong was the great clan elder? Furthermore, to see Chia, the tattered trading ship, was too shameful. If he had not seen the matchless ship, Tang Tian would not have such a thought. After seeing the matchless ship, Tang Tian finally understood what it meant to compare goods with goods, and immediately felt that the trading ship that he was riding on was too shabby. The heart-palpitating sounds of collisions in the sky continued to sound out, bang, bang, bang. Every sound was extremely powerful and deep, as though everyone's hearts were beating like drums. Everyone could not help but stretch out their necks, their faces filled with shock as they stared at the sky, occasionally letting out exclamations. Tang Tian's attention landed on the matchless ship. This is the best opportunity. Tang Tian frowned. He did not want to continue being entangled. The situation in the Saint Continent was complicated. There were many powerhouses, and if they were to continue being entangled, the possibility of them being exposed would be very high. If it was any other time, Tang Tian would not care about being exposed. At most, he would just fight it out and flip the world upside down. But this time, he was reuniting with Chia. It was such a beautiful day, and Tang Tian did not want it to be ruined by all these messy matters. He was somewhat envious of the gold grade warship. Thinking about it, the godlike young lad had never seen a gold grade warship before. Although the Honorable Marshal's Roar was an ultimate army warship, but it was just a modified scrapped ship. He had never seen a gold grade warship like the gold grade warship before. Chapter 888. It was not only Hank. His companions beside him looked at the light pillar of the ceiling hoop, then looked at Tang Tian, who was at the top of the ship, as though they had seen a ghost. How? Is that possible? When Tang Tian floated up from the side, he realized that there was no one there, not even a guard. He could not help but shake his head. It was truly a waste for the gold grade warship to be in the hands of Elizabeth Tradings. He had many armies under him, but he dared to guarantee that none of them would just watch the battle and not have the most basic sense of security. Then forget it. To die for a beauty is not in line with my motto. I have a feeling that Elizabeth Tradings is going to bleed. She was completely stupefied. Her mind was blank. Elizabeth Tradings would never have thought that they would meet such a powerful person like Tang Tian. Crazy! Do you know what you are doing? You are in deep trouble. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to his head. The hand that grabbed onto her neck was like an iron clamp. Claudia felt as though she could not breathe. The intense fear enveloped her entire body, causing her to lose all strength. He actually managed to escape from the ceiling hoop, and I did not even sense anything. Now that the holy bell had rung, the opportunity that all the aristocratic families yearned for had arrived. All of them became extremely excited. After an unknown period of time, she regained her senses. I was ambushed. All of the crew members were watching the battle from the side of the ship, while the other side was empty. When Tang Tian boarded the matchless ship, no one noticed him. It was truly too lax, to the point that even Tang Tian could not stand it anymore. The matchless ship's energy barrier was not activated, most probably because they felt that Mace Field Trading's trading ship did not pose any threat. But it was fortunate that they did not activate the energy barrier. If not, it would be troublesome for Tang Tian to board the ship. Even with Tang Tian's current strength, facing the energy barrier of a gold-grade warship, to rely on his own strength to break through was an extremely difficult task. To them, Temple's ringing of the holy bell was just a temporary problem for Temple. No one was clearer of Temple's strength than them, and no one knew how deep Temple's foundation was. Temple will lose. That was the funniest joke. As for those who said that Temple would definitely not hand over the fruits of victory, such people were looked down upon by everyone. Of course, Temple would not hand over the fruits of victory. So easily, the current Temple was no longer the Temple of the past. The current Temple was extremely strong. In Elizabeth Merchant Group, Claudia was like a princess and was doted on by everyone. More importantly, Claudia was the successor of Elizabeth Commerce. If Tang Tian made a move against Claudia, it would very likely lead to an all-out war between the two chambers of commerce. Listening to Yoshizawa and Fu Zhengji's idle chatter, Melissa's face became extremely pale. Although Tang Tian's actions were gratifying, he had already broken the boundaries of the Chamber of Commerce's competition. There were many open and veiled struggles between the Chamber of Commerce, but there was an iron rule that absolutely could not be violated. No matter what, they could not directly harm the heirs of each family. If this rule was violated, then the two sides would fight to the death. Hank's head buzzed. He could ignore Claudia's feelings, but he had to ensure her safety. He subconsciously looked at the forbidden hoop, and his pupils constricted. The forbidden hoop's light pillar was empty. Tang Tian suddenly noticed that Claudia's body froze, and then she looked around. Tang Tian immediately realized that Claudia had definitely realized that he was not in the forbidden hoop, and was looking for him. The bodyguards on the ship only awoke from a dream when Tang Tian grabbed Claudia's neck and flew to the highest point of the matchless ship. But Tang Tian had obviously overestimated Claudia. When Claudia realized that Tang Tian was not in the forbidden hoop, her first reaction was that Tang Tian had definitely escaped. She never expected that not only did Tang Tian not escape, but he had even sneaked onto the ship, and his target was her. It was as though Tang Tian had poked a hornet's nest. Am I going to die? Master truly does not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. Such a beautiful woman, I can't help but feel pity for her. Without any hesitation, Tang Tian made his move. At such a crucial moment, any hesitation would cause them to lose the opportunity. If Claudia realized that something was amiss and immediately hid behind the bodyguards, then Tang Tian would be in trouble. No one had expected that the war would come so quickly, and no one had expected that they would be involved so quickly. As for safety, who needed to worry about safety on the matchless ship? And there were so many people on the ship, what could happen? No one would have thought that Claudia would be snubbed, and furthermore, Claudia's temper was terrible, and after being humiliated, she was filled with anger, and whoever went against her would die, until her throat tightened and her entire body spun. The powerful force caused her to be unable to breathe, and her vision turned black. This is an extremely rare investment opportunity. Tang Tian's judgment was rather accurate, but he did not know that it was an extremely common situation in the Honorable Marshall Continent. The Honorable Marshall Continent's armies were proficient in battles, and it was nurtured by their strategy of nibbling away. Before the Southern Expedition, although there were no large-scale battles, but small-scale battles had never stopped. Adding Temple's intention to temper them, Temple's armies were extremely strong. Jizé and the rest were completely in a state of watching a good show. They flew back to the trading ship, crossed their arms, and discussed. Elizabeth Tradings had the same thoughts. To them, even though they lacked battle experience, but with the matchless ship, if they encountered any danger, they would definitely be able to protect themselves. As long as they held on for a period of time, their experience would increase, and the army's fighting strength would naturally increase. Don't be reckless. We can talk things out, whatever conditions you have. As long as you let go of our young miss, anything can be discussed. She wanted to scream, but her throat was tightly gripped, and she could not make any sound. She was extremely afraid. Her entire body trembled. And at that moment, she suddenly realized that the beauty and family background that she had always been proud of were useless at such a time. She did not even dare to struggle, afraid that she would anger the other party and break her neck. But the majority of the trading organizations were filled with anticipation and excitement towards the Holy Bell. Temple's plans and ambitions were no longer a secret among the aristocratic families. They firmly believed that Temple would obtain the final victory, and had always been looking forward to being able to obtain a share of the profits. That was an enormous amount of wealth. Any bit of it was enough to create a top-grade trading organization. Some people saw even further. If they were to conquer Heaven's Road, then would unifying the sacred Saint Galaxy be far away? The opportunities and wealth contained within caused everyone's heart to palpitate with eagerness. They were eager to participate in the battle, and had spent so much money to nurture their armies. How could they just let them sit there idly? Audacious, quickly let go of the young miss. I'll spare your life. Melissa, who had regained her composure, was extremely curious about how Tang Tian would end up. Hank's heart was filled with shock. If the other party had only struggled free from the forbidden hoop, he would not have much of a reaction. But to be able to slip out of the forbidden hoop so quietly, how was that possible? Could it be that he knows how to seal the forbidden hoop as well? But the forbidden hoop was obviously created by me. But Temple's strength left them with no room to meddle. In the honorable Marshall continent, no one dared to challenge Temple. Even if all the aristocratic families joined forces, they would not dare. Hank, who was initially watching the battle, suddenly heard the commotion on the matchless ship and turned to look. Upon seeing it, his soul almost flew out of his body, as though he had fallen into an ice house. His hands and feet turned cold. On the roof of the matchless ship, a man wearing a mask had one hand on Claudia's neck. You're seeking your own death. No one dared to snatch the fruits of victory from Temple's hands. Everyone only wanted to participate in the feast of riches. Melissa's face quickly returned to normal, but she laughed bitterly. All right, with Tang Tian's personality, causing a ruckus has always been his style. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute once again. Now that Mace Field Tradings has pledged allegiance to Tang Tian, they should not have so many complaints. With such an opportunity right in front of them, how could they not be excited? Lacking battle experience was a common problem for the Honorable Marshall Continent's Tradings armies. Everyone knew of this problem, but no one cared about it. As it was the truth, everyone was the same. But the armies of the Tradings were a different story. The security of the Honorable Marshall Continent was practically the best in the sacred Saint Galaxy, and the business environment was also the best. The fights between the Tradings, because of the existence of Temple, were restrained to a small area. Thus, the armies of the Tradings usually lacked battle experience. They could recruit retired military generals of the Temple Army. All of these outstanding military generals could bring a higher standard of training to the army and could come up with more outstanding tactics, but they lacked the chance to fight. And these military generals could not do anything about it, as the Honorable Marshall Continent had very few bandits and thieves. The only thing that could compare to them was the Honorable Marshall Continent's founding war. Thinking about it, how many top-notch aristocratic families were created in that war? Currently, the top-notch families of the Honorable Marshall Continent were all created from that war. And the two parties that were originally fighting in the air noticed the change in the matchless ship and stopped at the same time. Elizabeth Tradings was facing a huge enemy. Everyone was extremely nervous. If anything happened to Claudia, then everyone would be in trouble. Seeing this, Tang Tian immediately gave a low score to Elizabeth Tradings' army's fighting capabilities. What does it matter if my army lacks battle experience? After participating in a few more battles, their experience will naturally increase. Pity the fairer sex? Hee, can you eat that? If you want to, then go ahead. Master will take good care of you. Tang Tian immediately found Claudia in the crowd. She was truly too eye-catching. The other places were filled with people. Only Claudia's side was empty. Hank and the rest had all gone down to participate in the battle, while the other guards did not dare to go near, as Claudia disliked crowded places. Tang Tian slipped to the bottom of the matchless ship and quietly stuck to the bottom and arrived at the other side of the matchless ship. Why do I have such a premonition? Chapter 889. Hank knew that he did not have a choice, and in his heart, he had to admit that Mace Field Tradings had chosen the best opportunity. At such a crucial moment, Elizabeth Tradings had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Hank's sneer and confidence surprised Tang Tian, but after hearing Hank's words, he understood where the problem was. Hank took a deep breath and stared coldly at Melissa. Can I understand that Mace Field Tradings is preparing to start a war? Her body was trembling. She was previously afraid of death, but compared to the current fear, death was nothing. She was clear that with the grudge between the two of them, Melissa might be hoping for Hank to reject her. That bitch. Claudia cursed in her heart. She swore that after this, she would definitely make Melissa live a life worse than death. We are very sincere. Hank said calmly. It is all a misunderstanding, although we are slightly unhappy, but there are no casualties on both sides. As long as you let young Miss Claudia go, I will use the name of Elizabeth Tradings to guarantee that we will not pursue the matter. If Elizabeth Tradings and Mace Field Tradings start a war because of a small misunderstanding, it will be a disaster. The decline of Mace Field Tradings was closely related to Elizabeth Tradings, but Mace Field Tradings was only declining and not destroyed. It was only because Elizabeth Tradings did not directly take action against them. Once they truly angered Elizabeth Tradings, Mace Field Tradings would become history, and Hank did not believe that the other party could not see that. Hank stared at Tang Tian, his eyes spewing fire, his chest rising and falling rapidly. After a moment, he suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "Change the conditions. The matchless ship is impossible." The decisiveness and ruthlessness he displayed was completely different from the gloomy Mace Field Tradings. Hank never thought that Tang Tian would actually dare to kill Claudia, and shouted, "Stop! If anything happens to young Miss Claudia, Mace Field Tradings will be buried with her." Melissa suddenly stood up and shouted, "You are underestimating Mace Field Tradings." Tang Tian's tone was calm, but the strength in his hands increased. Hank, who had thought of the entire situation, felt a chill down his spine. His eyes were fixed on Tang Tian. Tang Tian was also secretly speechless. When women dealt with women, they were really ruthless. He would never have thought of such a vicious idea. The moment he made a move, he managed to save Mace Field Tradings from their decline and dealt a blow to Elizabeth Tradings and even forced them to swallow their anger. He truly was a scheming and deep foresight. Could it be that Miss Claudia cannot compare to the peerless ship? Absolutely impossible. The Chamber of Commerce will never agree to it. If we lose the matchless ship, we will be severely punished when we return. It's just a gold-grade warship. Melissa chuckled. Miss Claudia's body is priceless. How can a gold-grade warship compare to it? How could this be considered a war? The holy bell was rung. The most important thing was to fight for Temple. Macefield Trading's lacks warships, and your side is powerful. If you give us a warship, we will be able to do our best for Temple, and I believe that Temple will be happy to see that happen. He's bluffing, he must be, after understanding it. Hank's face did not show any signs of panic, but instead revealed a sneer. He was sure that the other party was bluffing. Before the war ended, they could forget about finding trouble with Macefield Tradings. And after the war, with the peerless ship, Macefield Trading's strength would increase greatly, and the possibility of them gaining merits would be higher. On the contrary, their own strength would be weakened, and in the upcoming war, it would be extremely disadvantageous. The meaning behind Melissa's words was clear. Not only did she state that it was Macefield Trading's intention, she also stated that at such a crucial moment, as long as Macefield Tradings went to the Saint Continent and listened to Temple's orders, Temple would definitely not care about the conflict between the two trading organizations. No, I just want to see Master teach you what justice is. She started to become excited. She did not think about the consequences anymore. Just by looking at Claudia being grabbed by the neck in front of everyone and being carried in the air like a dead fish, she felt extremely carefree and let out a huge sigh of relief. When Jizé and the rest heard this, they all whistled, their eyes shining like hungry wolves. Don't worry, Master will make them do it willingly. Hank regained his calmness. That's right, he also felt that the other party was just probing. It was a negotiation, asking for a sky-high price, and then returning it to the ground. Claudia's vision turned black. She was unable to breathe. She struggled with all her might, but the hand on her neck was like an iron clamp. No matter how she struggled, she could not move. Oh, what did I say? My premonition has come true. Peerless ship, a gold-grade warship. I like it. Countless facts have told us that once Master has set his eyes on us, we will never be able to escape his clutches. Peerless ship? Tang Tian nodded his head. All right, then I will give you her corpse. When Claudia heard Melissa's words, she almost fainted in Tang Tian's hands. She cursed Melissa countless of times in her heart. It was the first time she felt fear, and the gaze she used to look at Melissa was also filled with fear. Compared to the excitement on Tang Tian's side, Elizabeth Trading's side was completely in an uproar. He was exerting pressure on Tang Tian, and his calm tone was filled with threats. He became cautious. The other party was experienced and cunning, and was not an impulsive person. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid of the other party being impulsive, because such a person would not consider the pros and cons, and Claudia's safety could not be guaranteed. Such a person would do anything in a moment of anger. Melissa's words caused Hank's face to change. He did not dare imagine what he would be facing if Melissa's words were to come true. It would definitely not be as easy as death. Too sinister and too vicious. He had initially thought that the other party would dare to kill Claudia, but he did not expect the other party to be even more terrifying. We are trying to save her. The Peerless ship is a good warship. Look at how beautiful it is. It is truly a beauty. We cannot let Elizabeth and her group of fools trample on it. Only responsible men like us are worthy of such a beauty. Claudia suddenly had a surge of energy and screamed out, "Agree to it, quickly agree to it. That request is truly too cool." Everyone's eyes were on Hank, and Hank could not avoid it, although he knew that everyone was waiting for him to step out. He knew that once he made the decision, he would have to face when he returned. But he knew that if he did not manage to save Claudia, he would have to face when he returned. Stop! Quickly stop! Hank was truly anxious this time. His previous calmness was thrown to the back of his mind. State your conditions. The other party thought that he was from Macefield Tradings, and thus was so calm. Tang Tian felt a headache. The other party was certain that he was from Macefield Tradings, and knew that he would not dare to make a move. But he could not reveal his true identity. Without the cover of Mace Field Tradings, they would not even be able to enter the Saint Continent. It was definitely not Melissa's doing. Mace Field Trading's decline had long proven that Melissa did not have the ability to turn the tides. Furthermore, the act of kidnapping Claudia was filled with aggression and was not Melissa's style. Such a far-sighted and aggressive plan all originated from this man. Peerless ship, Tang Tian said coldly. Did I not make myself clear? Good, good, good. Hank said 3 times and laughed in anger. I like the way you put it, but from the looks of it, they do not seem to be willing. Hank was stunned, but after a moment he reacted and screamed. You're crazy, peerless ship. You know what that is? A gold-grade warship. Are you trying to destroy Mace Field Tradings? You should know that the organization will definitely not agree to such conditions. I think Claudia is probably going crazy from anger. Melissa admired Claudia's elegant demeanor and felt that the weather was good. Are you trying to sow discord? What's the problem? Tang Tian's voice came out from behind the mask. There was no joy or anger, as though he was talking about an ordinary matter. We naturally do not dare to go against the Holy Bell's orders. Melissa chuckled. Seeing Hank's eyes light up, she continued, Then we can only let Miss Claudia accompany us for a period of time. Coincidentally, there are many people here who admire Miss Claudia. I believe that they will definitely be willing to interact with her. That posture is too handsome. An extremely dangerous man. Who is he? You can choose not to like him. That guy is crazy. The peerless ship, he actually has his eyes on the peerless ship. Hank thought that he had heard wrongly, and it was not only him. Everyone present thought that they had heard wrongly. Even Melissa's mouth was wide open. She stared blankly at the highest point of the peerless ship where Tang Tian was holding onto Claudia's neck. Only the God Armor Army was not surprised. Don't tell me you dare to go against the Holy Bell's orders? Hank clenched his teeth. Since the other party is experienced and cunning, he has a lot of misgivings, and naturally will not disregard everything. As long as the other party was rational, Hank was not worried about Claudia's safety. He knew that if Claudia were to die, the consequences would be dire. That is why I like the Master's style, because we are always so righteous. A sigh of relief came out from behind him. To be able to make such a decision on behalf of Melissa. His position in Mace Field Tradings was definitely higher than Melissa. He believed that the outcome was definitely not what the other party wanted. Seems like we have still underestimated Mace Field Tradings. The foundation of Mace Field Tradings was much more profound than what they had imagined, the powerful Iron Mask Army and the extremely dangerous leader. The higher-ups actually did not notice anything. They were too careless. Tang Tian remained indifferent and continued to increase the strength in his hands. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, Good, I will trade the peerless ship for Miss Claudia. And the peerless ship, Elizabeth Trading's only gold-grade warship. Looking at Hank and the rest's expressions, it was extremely interesting. Especially when she thought about the gold-grade warship that her own trading organization had lost, she immediately felt the joy of revenge. Going to war? Mace Field Tradings dares to go to war with us. Hank did not believe it. Chapter 890. Melissa was stupefied. I don't dare. Temple's orders had yet to arrive, but the various powerhouses of the Saint Continent had already started to move restlessly. This made everyone curious about the mysterious man from Mace Field Tradings. If the rumors were true, then Mace Field Tradings would once again rise up, and no one would be able to stop them. The decline of Mace Field Tradings was not because of their own business, but because of the sudden death of their president and the lack of successors. If a powerful figure were to appear at such a time, then Mace Field Tradings would definitely sweep away their decline, and once again enter the ranks of the top large trading organizations. Hank shook his head. and spoke with a more serious tone. "Let's go." A clan elder produced a regiment of holy flames that enveloped the emblem, and the emblem immediately revealed the image of the honorable Marshall Palace. The clan elder nodded his head and returned the emblem to Melissa. Tang Tian had already inspected the matchless ship inside and out, and was extremely satisfied. "This warship is barely worthy of my family's Chia." Furthermore, he still had a doubt in his heart. Such a terrifying martial artist can only be found in one place, and that is Temple. Melissa could hear the immense confidence in Tang Tian's casual words. But now she no longer had any doubts. Tang Tian's valiant performance today had completely conquered her. She was rejoicing in her heart. Following a master like Tang Tian was much more fortunate than becoming Tang Tian's enemy. As for the losers, they would be buried in the dust of history, and no one would remember their existence. Tang Tian and the rest quickly noticed that something was amiss. When they flew past the estuary, the workers on both sides looked at them with strange gazes and pointed at them from time to time. In this period of time, it would be the most intense period for the aristocratic families of the honorable Marshall Continent, and the intensity of the competition would be unprecedented. The victors would win everything and become the most powerful family in the honorable Marshall Continent, and even the entire world. As long as their descendants were not muddle-headed, the family's glory could easily last for 1,000 years. Elizabeth Trading's bodyguards looked at the matchless ship reluctantly. They kept on cursing. Their faces were filled with grief, especially when they saw the treasured matchless ship being touched by the country bumpkins. All of their faces became extremely ugly, and their hearts were bleeding. "Let's go." Hank sighed. He seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years. If the resurgence of Mace Field Tradings could be predicted, then the opposite would be Elizabeth Tradings. If Elizabeth Commerce did not have any effective counterattack, they would soon enter a period of decline. Now that so many prestigious families had gathered together, the competition between them was equally fierce. The matchless ship was the only gold-grade warship owned by Elizabeth Tradings, and did not have many opportunities to participate in actual battles. Instead, it was often used to receive VIPs. Thus, the interior of the ship was extremely luxurious and magnificent. Another clan elder laughed. "Mace Field Tradings has been in the limelight recently. Snatch the matchless ship now." Hank really wanted to tell Claudia that the other party was far more powerful than she thought. To be able to silently escape from the forbidden hoop, such a person must be extremely terrifying. Just from this point alone, he knew that the other party's strength was not on the same level as him. If it was possible, Hank would never want to fight with him. The only change was to remove the crest of the Elizabeth family and hang the crest of the Macefield family. Tang Tian was pleased with himself. He stood at the bow of the ship in high spirits and shouted, "Matchless ship, move out." Imposing. Too imposing. No wonder it's called the matchless ship. It truly lives up to its name. Opportunity. This is an opportunity that comes once every 500 years. No one knows better than the aristocratic families how important this opportunity is. This is a war that we have to participate in, and retreating will only cause you to be crushed into pieces. She must be thinking of how to take revenge. Melissa explained. It sounds like a lot, but in the 500 years of recognition from Temple, only one family has the qualifications to be recognized by Temple every year, and that is not easy. Let her be. Tang Tian did not mind. Regardless of whether it was Claudia or Elizabeth Tradings, he did not place them in his eyes. In his eyes, his only enemy was Temple, and he had never felt that the trading organizations under Temple had the qualifications to become his enemy. He did not have the interest to specially deal with these small fries, but if they did not know themselves and insisted on coming to Tang Tian's place to cause trouble, Tang Tian did not mind erasing them. And the one who stirred up the muddy water was the fallen Mace Field Tradings. Then what do we do now? Jise looked at Melissa. his face filled with impatience. "Don't tell me we can only slowly wait." Looking at the Iron Mask Army and the employees of Macefield Trading's happily boarding the matchless ship, touching here and there, their eyes sparkling, Huatua felt that they were country bumpkins who had never seen the world. There are too many people. It was Melissa's first time witnessing such a scene, and she became excited. In the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy, there are more than 500 aristocratic families that are recognized by Temple, and only Temple knows the exact number. Every family that comes will bring their warships, and many families have more than one army. With so many people, the daily consumption of resources is not a small number. No matter how prosperous the Saint Continent is, with so many people entering, the market will definitely be in a shortage. So we have to bring our own rations, which means we have to use transport ships. Furthermore, the war has just begun, and no one knows how long it will last, so we have to bring more resources. If not, without resources, we will not be able to buy them even if we have money. So look at these fleets. There aren't many warships, and most of them are transport ships. I reckon that many of them have even brought their craftsmen. In the past, for the sake of obtaining recognition, Macefield Tradings had put in a huge amount of effort. "Hey yo!" Cheese and the rest cooperated and shouted out in unison. They raised their arms and pointed forward. "Our target, Lady Boss. That's the only way." Melissa was helpless. Because of that, when the passers-by saw the matchless ship with Macefield Trading's insignia, they were all startled. "Oh, the gold grade is truly different. Look at the deck, stepping on it with bare feet. It's so comfortable." Under the restlessness and undercurrents, the matchless ship finally arrived at the Saint Continent. Tang Tian was dumbstruck when he heard that it truly is a huge formation. There are more than 500 aristocratic families. So many? So it's something that can be found on the streets. I thought it would be difficult to obtain Temple's recognition. When the matchless ship arrived at the Saint Continent's estuary, it saw countless of warships, merchant ships, and transport ships forming a huge fleet that was slowly moving forward. With that said, he flew down the ship, and the matchless ship was allowed to pass. Melissa immediately went forward and respectfully presented her insignia. Macefield Trading's family has received orders to come forth and await Temple's orders. Aren't there 66 estuaries? Why is it so congested? Tang Tian was bewildered, but he did not say anything to Claudia, as she was already blinded by hatred. With that, he turned and left. Claudia hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. If it was in the past, she would have immediately given the order, but after everything that had happened, she finally felt reverence in her heart. Tang Tian and the rest queued for 8 hours before it was finally their turn. Countless of aristocratic families had gathered in the Saint Continent, and all of them had their own factions. When the families that were close to Macefield Tradings heard the news, all of them cheered and became extremely excited. The aristocratic families that had formed an alliance with the Elizabeth Chamber of Commerce all had gloomy expressions on their faces when they heard the news. The rumors spread further and further. Elizabeth Tradings was much stronger than Macefield Tradings, but in the end, they had suffered a huge loss and were unable to protect the matchless ship. It was truly surprising. Elizabeth Tradings only had a single gold-grade warship, and unless the situation was truly hopeless, they would definitely not give up on the matchless ship. The gasps of surprise from the matchless ship floated into the ears of the Hanks. The matchless ship was a gold-grade warship, and its speed was naturally extremely fast. Currently flying at full speed, it was like a ray of light. Tang Tian and the others did not hide their tracks, but swaggered along the way. The matchless ship was Elizabeth Trading's only gold-grade warship, and many people recognized it. Furthermore, Tang Tian felt that the name matchless ship was not bad and did not plan to change it. Thus, the name of the ship was still Matchless Ship. Claudia paused for a moment, then said unwillingly, "If we take action now, can we seize the matchless ship?" On the matchless ship, Melissa watched as Claudia and the rest left. It was unknown if she was sighing or reminding them about that the direction is wrong. Melissa said weakly, "We truly have to thank Elizabeth Tradings. Good people." The clan elder waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. Temple will not interfere in the grudges between you guys, as long as you do not violate the Holy Bell's prohibition." Tang Tian and the rest would never have thought that before they even reached the Saint Continent, rumors about them had already spread. Elizabeth Tradings had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Macefield Tradings, and even the matchless ship could not be protected. There were many versions of the conflict between both parties, but there was one thing that was consistent. Macefield Tradings had produced a powerful man. No one knew the identity of this man, but Elizabeth Tradings had suffered a huge setback, and even the matchless ship could not be protected. And it was all because of this man. Hank and the rest felt as though their hearts were stabbed by a knife. Their bleeding hearts immediately spurted out blood like a fountain. Hank and the rest had ashen faces. All of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly. Claudia's face was as white as paper. Her snow-white and slender neck had a bruise that was clearly visible. The shock that she had received today far exceeded the sum of all her previous experiences. She looked at the figure on the matchless ship with hatred. "I will definitely take revenge for all of this." The Saint Continent had 66 entrances to the Sea of Energy, half of which allowed large-scale warships to pass through. The prosperity of the Saint Continent could be seen. On normal days, the 66 estuaries were filled with an endless stream of merchant ships. The center of the Honorable Marshall Continent, where Temple was located. He then spoke with profound meaning. "The matchless ship is a good warship. I hope that you guys do not disgrace it. What Temple needs are powerful families. Do a good job." Just as the matchless ship reached the estuary, a few clan elders with Temple embroideries flew over. Behind them, 5 Honorable Marshal Banner of Knights were glaring at them. Chapter 891. Fu Zhangji immediately took the chance to stab him. "Boss, look at the crucial moment. Who can be relied on and who can't be relied on, you can tell with one look." Zhe snickered. "I never thought that Master would be one of us." He looked at Melissa. He had followed along with them and saw that Melissa was actually able to endure the insults, causing him to change his opinion. Tang Tian and the rest had been stuck outside the port for 2 hours. A large-scale trading ship had met with an accident and was stuck at the entrance. The entrance of the port could only accommodate one large-scale ship, and since the trading ship could not move, the entrance was completely blocked. The flattery that was already at their throats was forcefully stopped. Everyone was shocked by their boss's shamelessness. But the boss's tone was so serious. It came from the bottom of his heart, and with everyone's understanding of the boss, he definitely thought so. Everyone was excited and looking forward to it. Little Alan stole a glance at the head shopkeeper. Since the morning, the head shopkeeper had been busy. Ever since the president met with an accident, little Alan had not seen the shopkeeper's glowing face for a long time. In truth, it was not only the shopkeeper. The entire division was filled with joy. It was the matchless ship, a gold-grade warship, and it was snatched from their old enemy, Elizabeth Tradings. When the news came out, no one believed it. In the past, Macefield Tradings and Elizabeth Tradings were evenly matched, but now, no matter how optimistic they were, no one dared to have such an extravagant hope. Melissa was flabbergasted. The words coming out from Tang Tian's mouth sounded extremely awkward. After so long, she had never seen Tang Tian treat any woman differently. Even Claudia, who was an extremely alluring beauty, was beaten and killed as he pleased. "Have you cleaned the streets?" Zhe and Fu Zhangji, who were pressed down by everyone, whimpered. Countless hands and feet stomped on them, causing them to stop whimpering. Everyone immediately started to tear up. The Matchless ship was a gold-grade warship. It was extremely large and was unable to dock in the city, as such large-scale warships had specialized docks. In other places, it was not easy to see large-scale trading ships and warships, but in the Saint Continent, they could be seen everywhere. Thus, every city in the Saint Continent had their own docks. It seemed that something was wrong, but Tang Tian didn't think too much about it. His mind was full of Chia. As for the situation being a little off, so what? Even if his identity was exposed at this time, he would never retreat before he met up with Chia. Tang Tian's face was full of disdain. Look at your cowardly face. You can't even handle such a small lineup? You've lost my face. Ji Zhe laughed sinisterly as he raised the bewitching blade. You are absolutely right, old man. We like beauties too. How are the preparations for the banquet? Tell old Wang to be more serious today. If you do well, you'll be rewarded. Although the lady boss must be a beauty, only the lady boss is a beauty. Boss, you have to leave us a way out. We also like beauties. The Saint Continent branch was one of the most important branches of the Mace Field Tradings, and as the shopkeeper of the Saint Continent branch, it was Wiley, an authoritative figure of the Mace Field Tradings. Wiley was Melissa's paternal uncle. He was astute and capable, and was good with money and power, obtaining the trust of the previous generation's president. He had been the shopkeeper of the Saint Continent branch for over 20 years and had never made any mistakes. Thus his prestige in the Mace Field Tradings family was extremely high. If not for him rejecting the position of president, he would most likely have become the next generation's president. Ji Zhe's expression froze. He laughed dryly. In front of the master, this lowly one is considered a hero. Chiu Su-hua, Tang Tian, was surprised. He naturally knew of him. He was one of the 5 honorable martial tigers. He looked at Melissa. Do they have any grudges with you guys? It was also from the day the rumors started that the deserted Mace Field Tradings branch suddenly became bustling with activity, with an endless stream of visitors. Recently, the Matchless ship had become the hottest topic in the Saint Continent. Regardless of where they went, they would hear people talking about the Matchless ship and Mace Field Tradings. Young Miss Melissa used her female body to turn the tide, and Mace Field Trading's powerful secret weapon, the Iron Mask Army, were filled with legends. Melissa was dumbstruck as she looked at the two of them, who were about to draw their swords. Is this an internal conflict? I am speechless. Under the heavens, only Chia is a beauty, Tang Tian added with a resolute and decisive tone. Why is there a hint of killing intent in it? Hearing that, Wiley's face darkened. As expected, there are people who can't wait anymore. He snorted, let's go to the port. But after waiting for a long time, Elizabeth Tradings did not make a move. Instead, they found out that Claudia had returned to Elizabeth Tradings dejectedly and seemed to be injured, but most importantly, they did not see the Matchless ship. Fu Zhangji? Fu Zhangji's face changed. He drew out his chief green sword and spoke coldly. Seems like we lack communication. We need to have a good talk. You see, that is, other than the lady boss, are there any other beauties in the world? Just at that moment, a worker stumbled back. Shopkeeper, not good, not good, the port. There are people blocking the Matchless ship's path at the port. Mace Field Tradings branch in the Saint Continent was located in Snow City. Snow City produced snow rocks, which were pure white and flawless, and the entire city was built with snow rocks. Thus it was named Snow City. Hearing the word training, the two of them shivered. The other team members also shivered at the same time. These two words definitely did not bring any pleasant memories to them. To their knowledge, in the world, in terms of the degree of terror, the only place that could be compared to training was probably hell, or even hell could not compare. I understand. Tang Tian had a look of understanding. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. Furthermore, she continued, Chiu Su-hua is from the Chiu family. Without waiting for Jizai and Fu Zhengji to react, the other members all rushed forward and pressed the two of them down. Upon knowing that the matchless ship was about to reach the branch, the organization immediately started to decorate the place with lanterns and banners, waiting anxiously. Everyone lined up at the entrance to welcome the matchless ship, but after a long time, the matchless ship was still nowhere to be seen. The matchless ship that slowly entered the estuary became the focal point. Tang Tian knocked on the deck impatiently and stared at the two of them. Are you guys two free recently? Is it because you guys haven't trained for a long time and you guys are not used to it? But the rumors spread further and further, and the entire branch became even more tense. Many of them felt that Elizabeth Tradings was purposely spreading fake news, and that Elizabeth Tradings was preparing to take action against them. Tang Tian glanced at Jizai. Are you a hero? They are the scum of our family. Our god Armor. Oh, the Iron Mask Army actually produced such scum. That is the shame of the Macefield Tradings family. The greatest shame and humiliation. The entire branch was waiting for young Miss Melissa, for the mysterious Iron Mask Army, and for the gold grade warship, the Matchless Ship. Snow City Port. Everyone looked at Tang Tian in a daze. They did not know what was happening. Oh no, they did not know what Boss was trying to say. Everyone's cheeks were covered in tears, but after staring for a long time, his expression did not change at all, and was still speaking in a righteous manner. Jizai was enraged. I'm unreliable? Old man Fu, you only know how to bootlick. How can you be reliable? Is Chia a beauty? Tang Tian continued. Of course she is. The Chiu family is one of the top-grade prestigious families. They are the meritorious family that established the honorable Marshall Continent in the past and have an extraordinary relationship with Temple. Melissa's words were directed at Tang Tian. The Chiu family was a top-grade prestigious family and was definitely not something any trading organization could compare to. Even if he had to fight with Temple, he would definitely not retreat. Melissa, who was sent to negotiate, returned with an ugly expression. It's the Chiu family's trading ship. They are not willing to be towed away, and said that they want to wait for the artisans to come and repair it. That's right, boss. The two of them are definitely unable to represent us. Our attitude towards life is as positive as the sun at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. All right, Melissa rolled her eyes faintly, filled with helplessness and innocence. As long as you guys are happy. Everyone was extremely excited. It felt like they were dreaming for the past few days. How long had it been since the branch had such a lively scene? No. Melissa took a deep breath and gathered her courage. They have an extremely good relationship with Elizabeth Tradings. The Chiu family's third young master is one of Claudia's suitors. She felt that her words were enough to explain everything. Macefield Tradings had become extremely popular in the Saint Continent, and even the branch's employee, Little Iluan, realized that all of a sudden, regardless of whether he went out to do things or to buy things, everyone's attitude towards him was completely different. They were extremely warm and courteous, causing him to feel uncomfortable. In the past, Brother Xiao Mao, who would never even look at him in the eye, actually treated him to a meal, causing Little Iluan to feel extremely happy for the next few days. Wiley looked at the time and was puzzled. Why aren't they here yet? Boss, we have long found them to be an eyesore. They dare to cause trouble in front of Boss. What kind of attitude is that? Where is their professionalism? Boss, the situation doesn't seem right. Zay said softly. The workers by the side pointed at them, causing the young lad to feel some pressure. As for the small boats floating nearby, when they neared, many of them ran to the deck and sized up the matchless ship, discussing softly. If you want to hit us, then hit us. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Why are you doing this? Heroes have a weakness for the charms of beauties. This means that I am having a hard time with Chia. That is how it should be. Tang Tian's tone changed. Killing intent surged out. He waved his hand. But for the other trials, I have to go through them. Could it be that the news is true? Am I a hero? Tang Tian's words ignited a wave of flattery, but he did not wait for them to speak, and spoke with a look of certainty. Of course I am. Melissa's eyes widened. She stared at the righteous and stern man, her face filled with disbelief. Hey. If you guys are fighting amongst yourselves, what has it got to do with our Macefield Trading's family? Fu Zhangji, who was accompanying them, spoke up. Their attitudes are extremely arrogant. Their words are unpleasant to hear. Furthermore, they seem to be targeting us. Chapter 892. The masked figure floated in her mind, and she had a strong premonition that it was definitely the mysterious iron-masked man who gave the order. Although they had met once, but she had a deep impression of the cold and emotionless man, and no threats were able to sway his determination. Seeing this scene, she suddenly felt a trace of relief. Just like today, he had used a trading ship to block the entrance of the harbor. It was extremely ingenious. So what if you have a gold-grade warship? I can use an ordinary trading ship to make Macefield Trading's suffer in silence. In the world of prestigious families, a gold-grade warship was too insignificant. A single trading ship of the Chiu family was enough to block a gold-grade warship. That was the weight of the Chiu family. The red tea was like blood, and Chiu Yunqi, who was seated opposite her, could not dodge in time and was instantly drenched. But although Wiley was cautious, he was not too worried, thinking that Elizabeth Tradings was not satisfied. Macefield Tradings. Countless of Brokenwood flew. The workers on the trading ship all jumped off the ship and ran for their lives. The scene was extremely chaotic. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling, his eyes spewing fire. Under the umbrella, it was quiet. Everyone was completely shocked by the sudden turn of events. And when they saw Chiu Yunqi's ashen face, no one dared to speak. Claudia's gaze did not leave the harbor. She had received the strongest impact and had not regained her senses. She only had one thought in her mind. With that, without waiting for Wiley to speak, she swaggered off. On a high slope, under an umbrella, a group of people were leisurely drinking tea and eating snacks. All of them were dressed in brocade robes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. When Wiley rushed to the harbor, he immediately found the matchless ship. Macefield Tradings and Elizabeth Tradings were mortal enemies and were naturally familiar with their respective gold-grade warships. Furthermore, the matchless ship was too conspicuous. It had forcefully crushed a trading ship, and none of the surrounding ships dared to approach it. Wiley and White did not have a deep relationship, but they had met a few times. Seeing the other party walk over, Wiley went up to greet him. I never expected to meet President White here. It truly is fate. Just at this moment, a floating fragment flew in front of Willie. On it was a large autumn character. Willie looked like he was struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. Come. Have a taste of this year's new tea, the Han family's newly planted dragon blood kasha. Everyone, please have a taste. Chiu Yunqi passionately called out to everyone. He did not take the conflict at the port to heart. For him, spending a pleasant afternoon was more important than anything else. Good tea and beautiful women were his hobbies. The collar covered the bruise on her neck. Everyone was shocked by Claudia's loss of composure, and there was an awkward silence under the parasol. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Warda stared at Willie for a long time without saying anything. His expression was a little strange. That was a madman, a real lunatic. Only a real madman could have done such an absurd and contemptuous thing. Fortunately, he was still alive. While he rejoiced, he also felt some lingering fear. If he had hesitated at that time, he would definitely be a corpse now. She did not doubt that the person who dared to destroy the Chiu family's trading ship would definitely not put the Elizabeth family in his eyes. But Claudia did not even look at him. Her eyes were fixated on the distant port. She did not move an inch, as though she was a statue. The man who was addressed as Brother Chiu was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He laughed. I can only give him a little trouble and cause him some trouble, but I do not have any substantial use. Everyone raised their cups. Please. The haze in Chiu Yun-Chi's eyes became even heavier. He reminded indifferently, Miss Claudia. A haze flashed past Chiu Yun-Chi's eyes. The smile on his face disappeared. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness, and the current situation made him extremely unhappy. He forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and looked at Claudia, wanting to hear what Claudia had to say. I must definitely leave a good impression in front of Chiu Yun-Chi. Claudia reminded herself in her heart, her actions becoming even more elegant. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the distant port, and her alluring eyes suddenly opened wide, completely forgetting that she was drinking tea. A few of her acquaintances did the same thing. All of them had weird expressions. Chiu Yun-Chi was unhappy in his heart and looked towards the direction that Claudia was pointing at, but in the next moment, his pupils suddenly dilated. He stood up, and because his movements were too big, he flipped his chair. He had never lost his composure like that before. But Claudia knew that the rumors of Chiu Yun-Chi being one of her suitors were mostly rumors. Chiu Yun-Chi did admire her, but he was not at the level of a suitor. Furthermore, for an outstanding man like Chiu Yun-Chi, how could he lack suitors? What a fragrant tea! Claudia was surprised. The tea in the cup was as red as blood, and the fragrance assailed her nose. Claudia threw a flirtatious look at Chiu Yun-Chi, then drank the tea in the cup. Out of all her suitors, Chiu Yun-Chi was the one she liked the most. He was handsome, had a good family background, and was capable. He was not someone that the other hedonistic young masters could compare to. Furthermore, at such a crucial time, to be able to marry into the Chiu family, to the Elizabeth family, it meant that they were hugging onto a thick thigh. Just at that moment, a fat man dressed in purple robes walked over. Wiley recognized him. He was the president of Nanchi Trading, white, and was a rather famous person in Snow City. Nanchi Trading's overall strength was not considered strong, but it was a local tyrant and was a local trading company of the Saint Continent and had considerable power. In the passageway of the harbor, the Chiu family's merchant ship was already flipped upside down, looking like a dead fish with its belly flipped upside down. As for the matchless ship that should have been stuck outside, it was currently being crushed underneath the merchant ship. Even though they were far away, everyone could hear the sound of teeth aching. The sturdy bottom of the ship did not even have the strength to retaliate against the matchless ship. It was as weak as a biscuit. When had the Chiu family ever been provoked like that? Since when did any warship dare to crush the Chiu family's trading ship? It took quite a bit of effort. Chiu Yun-Chi laughed, hearing the exclamations from the beauties. He could not help but feel pleased in his heart. He raised his teacup and greeted everyone. Everyone, please. He snorted in his heart. What a clown! Do they think they can rely on such underhanded methods to regain their face? Looking at the broken pieces of wood and the miserable expressions of the crew members, he felt great, but he maintained a calm and collected look on his face. The matchless ship was docked at the shore, and Wiley immediately ordered his subordinates to welcome them. Although he liked Claudia, but he was not a playboy who only knew how to eat, drink, and play, and in such a crucial period, he had to avoid trouble. He naturally did not place Macefield Trading's in his eyes, and since Claudia had begged him, he could not reject her, but he was not foolish enough to clash head-on with them. Wiley was confused. He did not understand what was going on, but from the corner of his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man with a pale face walk over. He had a majestic gait, an imposing aura. Snow City Lord. Wiley quivered. He immediately went forward, but before he could greet him, the city lord spoke out. Macefield Tradings, you have guts. How dare Macefield Tradings? Chiu Yun-chi also had the intention to take the opportunity to beat them down. The war had just begun, and it was a crucial battle that would decide the fate of the family for the next 1,000 years. All of the Chiu family's allies, which one of them did not have their own plans. Even the Elizabeth family was not as obedient. Everyone was startled and looked towards the direction that Claudia was pointing at. Suddenly, everyone's expressions froze. They were dumbstruck. A few of them had their mouths opened wide enough to fit duck eggs. The blood on his face had drained away, and he was as white as a sheet. Not far from the port, there was a tall slope, and as the terrain was vast, the scenery was beautiful. In the distance, there were many warship masts, and it had a unique style, thus many tea houses and small shops were built there. The colorful umbrellas on the snow-white slope were extremely beautiful and became one of Snow City's unique sceneries. Many of the local nobles liked to come here to rest when they had nothing to do, drink tea, taste snacks, and spend the afternoon leisurely. Wiley felt that his mind was in a daze. What is going on? With that, he did not wait for Wiley to speak, and turned to leave. How dare he? The Chiu family's ship, even if it was just a small sampan, who would dare to say anything when it blocked the passage? It was dead silence. Chiu Yun-chi had completely forgotten that his face was splashed with tea. The fresh red tea flowed down his face, like fresh blood from a knife, causing his handsome face to look extremely sinister. She was from a prestigious family, and lived extravagantly. She naturally knew what was good and bad, and knew that the dragon blood kasha in front of her was definitely worth 1,000 gold. The matchless ship did not have any mercy. It brought up a sky full of broken wood and rushed into the port passage. He looked at Claudia with a gaze filled with admiration. Claudia was not the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but in terms of beauty, no one could compare to her, and she was extremely alluring. He truly could not understand how any man in the world would be willing to lay his hands on such a beautiful woman. Wiley did not understand. He lowered his head to look at his own clothes. There is nothing wrong with what I'm wearing. Brother Chiu is truly brilliant. Claudia's eyes were like silk. Her voice was extremely sweet, causing one's heart to palpitate. She was dressed in a white dress and was extremely beautiful. Her slender white neck was adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace, causing her to look even more noble and graceful. Claudia suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the port. She stammered, That place. He who was born from a top-notch, prestigious family knew that fighting and showing off was just a lowly method in the upper-class society. Wiley was an astute person. Upon seeing the scene in front of him, he knew that someone was intentionally causing trouble, but the trading ship had already been smashed into many pieces, and he could not see the insignia of the other party. White walked up and patted Wiley's shoulder. Macefield Tradings, you have guts. All right, I will let them see how important the two words Chiu family is. The pitiful trading ship was wailing under the matchless ship. White had just left when another president of an organization walked over and patted Wiley's shoulder. He said, Macefield Tradings, you have guts, and turned to leave. Chapter 893. Wiley was also jealous that the Elizabeth family had the backing of the Chiu family. The reason why the Elizabeth family was able to suppress Macefield Tradings was because they had the backing of the Chiu family. But it was not easy to find a backing. Macefield Tradings was already a prestigious family, and if they were to look for a backing, they could only look for the top-notch families like the Chiu family. As for the families that were weaker than the Chiu family, although they were stronger than Macefield Tradings, there was a limit to how much they could help Macefield Tradings. Inside the study, Wiley's exclamation was filled with despair. That's right, he was in despair. The Chiu family, they are the Chiu family that has Chiu Su Hua, the Chiu family that can crush them with a single finger. Wiley could not understand why they had to provoke the Chiu family just because they were blocking the boat, just because they were helping Elizabeth Tradings. Melissa had a living example by her side. If Tang Tian were to be messed with, would he wait for revenge? Stop joking. As for Temple's prestigious families, they are disdainful. Along the way, Melissa had reminded Tang Tian that the Chiu family would definitely retaliate, and she remembered the sneer that Tang Tian had squeezed out from behind his mask. Wiley did not know, but half of the influential figures in Snow City were secretly watching the fight. Many of the more intelligent people had seen the scene at the port and guessed that the Chiu family would quickly retaliate. But she had gradually digested her fear. That's right, she finally understood that the fear was hers. Tang Tian did not place the Chiu family in his eyes at all. All right, thinking about it, Chiu Su-hua was beaten up like a dog by Tang Tian's subordinates, and she still hoped that Tang Tian would be afraid of the Chiu family. She was too naive. He asked the most realistic and direct question. Then what do we do if the Chiu family comes looking for trouble? Then we have to calculate. We cannot apologize to the Chiu family. Melissa's tone was resolute, but the one who ordered the collision was Tang Tian. Upon thinking about that, she felt a headache. She still remembered the panic and fear she felt when Tang Tian ordered for the ships to collide. She was completely stunned. She had clearly told them about the Chiu family's background and strength, but it was useless. Thus, Melissa's face was filled with fear as she watched as the matchless ship destroyed the Chiu family's trading ship. Melissa was clear that Tang Tian was not a magnanimous person. On the contrary, it was his style to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. When Willie heard this, his face turned pale. In the end, Tang Tian was blocked for 2 hours. Now that the debt was cleared, what about the other 2 hours? Furthermore, the Chiu family had publicly announced that Mace Field Tradings was the Chiu family's mortal enemy, which meant that no one dared to ally with Mace Field Tradings. At such a critical moment, he had no allies and could only fight alone. His situation immediately became extremely dangerous. Who knew how many people were waiting to hit him when he was down? Suddenly, she pitied the Chiu family. Initially, he thought that the other party was a plump lamb that he could easily slaughter. Drooling, he pounced forward, only to realize that he was pouncing on a lion. Of course, the Tang Tian clan was stronger than the Chiu clan, much stronger. When Willie heard the screams, his face changed, his heart jumped, and his footsteps quickened. On the contrary, Melissa was extremely calm. She was unhurried and unruffled. Chiu family. We actually flipped the Chiu family's ship. Oh my God, are we crazy? Melissa looked at Willie, helplessly, truly a jinx. His face was filled with arrogance. He did not even look at Willie and spoke coldly to the bodyguards who had crawled up. Let's go. It's not that we want to clash with the Chiu family. Melissa knew that there were some things that she could not hide from Willie. Without his support, their operation in the Saint Continent would truly be in the dark. She looked straight at Willie. The Chiu family is Elizabeth's backing. Then who is ours? Willie immediately became anxious. Could it be that my niece has started to become arrogant just because she has some achievements? He spoke sternly. Melissa, why? Could it be that you think that our Mace Field Tradings family can contend against the Chiu family? It's not just your Chiu family that hates us. Do you think that this hatred will be resolved? Too naive. In truth, on the way to the branch, she had already guessed that the Chiu family would retaliate, but she never expected them to be so fast. They had just stepped into the branch, and they had already attacked. But after thinking about it, it was normal. In the eyes of the Chiu family, Mace Field Tradings family was just a small shrimp. And now that the small shrimp actually dared to provoke them, how could they not teach them a lesson? If it was a prestigious family of the same level, they would have to consider if it would incite an all-out war between the two families. As for the small shrimp, they did not have much to consider. The Chiu family only had to consider how to punish the chicken to warn the monkey, and how to let the arrogant Mace Field Tradings family know why flowers are red. Willie decided if Melissa truly thought that the Macefield Trading's family could contend against the Cho family, he would definitely stop Melissa from becoming the patriarch. Willie became excited. He finally understood that Melissa had not lost her rationality, but had something to rely on. He asked with anticipation, "Which family is it?" "Don't worry." Melissa consoled Willie. She walked out calmly, with a sneer in her heart. The current Macefield Trading's family was led by Tang Tian, and the entire Macefield Trading's family had to serve Tang Tian. Of course not. Melissa shook her head with certainty. In the eyes of others, the Chiu family's trading ship was the one that was knocked over, the Chiu family was the one that suffered, and the Chiu family was the one holding back their anger. But Melissa knew that Master Tang Tian's anger had not been completely vented, although she had not followed Tang Tian for long, but she was extremely clear of Tang Tian's temper. "If you dare to block, I will dare to knock." If Tang Tian knew that the other party had ill intentions from the start, he would definitely knock the ship over without saying a word. Melissa was not angry. She could understand Willie's panic. Comparing the Macefield Trading's family to the Chiu family, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. Thus, she could understand Willie's emotions. Chiu Yong looked at Willie and sneered. "Willie, this matter is not over. I will say it here. From today onwards, the Chiu family and Macefield Trading's family will be mortal enemies. Anyone who forms an alliance with Macefield Trading's family will be the Chiu family's enemy." "Good, good, good. Good Macefield Tradings. Not only did you dare to knock our Chiu family's ship, you actually dared to injure our people. Good, good, truly good. I cannot say." Melissa shook her head, then added, "This was grandfather's decision." "Who is our backer?" Willie was startled, but he quickly reacted, his eyes opened wide, his face filled with shock and excitement. "Could it be that we have found a backer?" Mortal enemies. That was a situation where they would fight to the death. Although the Chiu family was unable to directly take action against Macefield Tradings due to the Holy Bells ban, but in the future, Willie recognized the middle-aged man. He was the Chiu family's shopkeeper in Snow City, Chiu Yong. Willie had interacted with Chiu Yong a few times, and Chiu Yong had always been all smiles, but at the moment, his face was filled with ferocity, and a few good caused Willie's heart to jump. At that moment, all of the big figures revealed looks of pity. The influence of the top-grade prestigious families in the honorable Marshall continent was extremely terrifying, and their robust strength was not something that outsiders could see. No one felt that the Chiu family was bluffing, as the Chiu family was only afraid of Temple. But you want Tang Tian to tuck his tail between his legs? He had truly lost his face this time. He had come to Macefield Tradings to denounce them, but never thought that the other party would take action without saying a word. They were even more arrogant than the Chiu family. "Did I say that you can leave?" "Yes." Melissa was extremely confident. "We are definitely stronger than the Chiu family." "That is the Chiu family." When Melissa and Willie rushed to the entrance of the trading organization, they saw the whaling scene and were startled. With that said, a staff member stumbled in with a look of panic. "Not good. Not good. There's a group of people blocking our entrance." Regardless of anything, with the Chiu family's words, they knew that Macefield Tradings was finished. Willie heaved a sigh of relief, but was still suspicious. Then why are we fighting with the Chiu family? All right, Melissa is not angry or panicking at all. She started to understand the disparity between the two parties. Tang Tian was a true, strong martial artist. Regardless of whether it was his individual strength or authority, he stood at the peak of the Sacred Saint galaxy. Such a ferocious man. To say that he had the mentality of a true, strong martial artist. The reason why Tang Tian did not make a move when he opened the door was because he thought that the other party had truly malfunctioned. From this point, it could be seen that Tang Tian was extremely polite and was not someone who relied on his strength to act recklessly. As for the Macefield Tradings family, although they were hailed as a prestigious family, but in the circle of prestigious families, they were at the bottom and were naturally used to tuck their tails between their legs. With that, he turned and left. Suddenly, a cold snort came out from behind them. When the people who were watching the commotion heard that, they all quietened down. All of Willie's joy disappeared, and he spoke slowly. "Melissa, although our recent situation is much better than before, but we cannot afford to offend the Chio family. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Chio family's branch here. I heard that young noble Chio is in Snow City. We need to properly apologize to them and make amends." Chio Young saw the expressions of the people around them. Does Macefield Tradings mean that the Holy Bells ban will cause the Chio family to have misgivings? But the bunch of country bumpkins will never think that the Chio family only needed one sentence to destroy Macefield Tradings. As expected, the moment she walked out of the study, she heard a few screams. Most likely, Tang Tian only had one enemy in his eyes, and that was Temple. But for a top-notch, prestigious family like the Chio family, they were equally picky, and ordinary benefits would not attract them. Without anything that moved them, it would be difficult to move them. As expected, Willie, who was initially unhappy upon hearing that it was the old master's decision, he immediately had no objections. In Macefield Tradings, the old master held supreme authority. Since it was the old master's decision, Willie relaxed. As for the reason why he could not speak of it, he did not ask further. Chapter 894. No one would have thought that Chio Yun-chi would be in the crowd, but his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Where was his usual elegance? He clenched his fists so tightly that they turned white. He was trembling in anger. He never expected Macefield Tradings to speak in such a manner. The other party's ferocity made him realize that he had fallen into a terrible situation. He could not help but feel a trace of regret. "You must be mistaken. Those words should be said by the Chio family to Macefield Tradings. What's wrong with the world?" Ji-Zhe was not afraid. On the contrary, he was extremely disappointed. "I have already scolded them. Why aren't they taking action? What happened to the top-notch, prestigious families?" The surrounding spectators were in an uproar. I feel that I have something to do." Claudia stammered. Claudia knew that Chio Yun-chi was referring to the date of the counterattack. She hesitated for a moment, then braced herself and asked, "I wonder who is coming?" A few of the smarter ones saw Macefield Tradings' family's abnormal actions and started to ponder. For Macefield Tradings' family to be so abnormal, they definitely had something to rely on. But what could they rely on to fight against the Chio family? No one dared to speak, regardless of whether they were overestimating themselves or if they had something to rely on. No one was willing to provoke the Chio family to speak such ruthless words. To be so rude to the Chio family. Is there a family stronger than the Chio family in Snow City? None. In 2 days, Macefield Tradings will be in ruins. Ji-Zhe did not care about what others thought and spoke coldly. "Do you think Macefield Tradings is a market that you can come and go as you please? I never expected them to not only provoke them, but to provoke them to such an extent. Before the reinforcements arrive, saying anything now would only be asking for humiliation." Chio Young also understood this point. It was too rash of him to come over to interrogate them. If he said anything unnecessary, it would only make him a laughing stock. He did not leave and sneered. "You're not letting me leave? Fine. If you want to lock me up, use whatever methods you have. I want to see how you're going to send me off." 2 days. We'll come back in 2 days. Many people looked as though they had seen a ghost. Is Macefield Tradings' family crazy? This was definitely a case of spasms. Now, they wanted to force the Chio family to stay. What was wrong with this world? Chio Young was about to cry. Many of them revealed looks of schadenfreude. Macefield Tradings is a lunatic. Of all the people that the Chiu family could have offended, they had to provoke a group of lunatics. This is interesting. He didn't expect to bump into such a hard nail. He also knew that he had lost a lot of face today. Today would become the biggest stain in his life. When he came, he never expected that Mace Field Tradings would be so unyielding. He had dealt with Willie before. Willie was shrewd, capable, and good at making money, but he was too calculative and cautious. The Chiu family stronghold in Snow City was not big, and they did not have many people. The reason why Chiu Yong dared to come over was because of the Chiu family's domineering style, and also because they looked down on the Mace Field Tradings family. Ji was just fretting about not being able to find the other party, but the other party actually came knocking on his door. How could Ji not be happy? Hearing how arrogant the Chiu family was, Ji was overjoyed. The fiercer they were and the more intense their attitude was, the more intense the conflict would be. Ji couldn't wait for the conflict to become more intense. That way, he would have the opportunity to strike ruthlessly. It doesn't matter if I can't kill them. Ji is not a good person. In the past, when he roamed the Sin domain alone, he was also mixed with the vicious people. He had countless of ways to not kill the other party, but to make them suffer so much that they wish they were dead. A look of respect surfaced on Chiu Yun-chi's face, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of fear, a deep fear. He did not realize that his voice was trembling. My big brother and his personal guards. Chiu Yong calmed down. If he still could not see that the other party was fearless, then he would truly be a fool. He asked, "What do you mean?" And such fierce, arrogant, and naked words were directed at the Chiu family. Seeing the other party running over aggressively, with a look of condemnation, Ji was so excited that all of the hairs on his body stood up. Upon thinking about how he and his men were stuck at the port like fools for over 2 hours, Ji's heart was filled with rage. If he was alone, he would have just run to the Chiu family and kill a few more people. But upon thinking about how his boss had suffered such humiliation, Ji blamed himself and felt ashamed, and the evil fire in his heart could not be extinguished. "What do you mean?" Ji scoffed, his tone of voice causing people to feel a chill down their spines. "What I mean is stay here obediently and wait for your Chiu family to save you. It's best if you resist. That way I will have a reason to injure or cripple you. Or maybe we can fight. My blade is already thirsting for blood." "You." Chiu Yong was enraged. He pointed at Ji's face, looking as though he was about to pounce on him. Chiu Yun-chi said indifferently. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Everyone was shocked by Ji's blatant words. Even the city lord of Snow City, who was hiding in the crowd, had his mouth wide open, a look of shock on his face. The circle of the prestigious families was the true upper-class circle of the honorable Marshall continent, and in the upper-class society, etiquette had become their instinct. No matter how angry they would definitely not speak such naked words in front of the other party, filled with killing intent. Many of the surrounding people nodded their heads. Chiu Yong had kicked the ball to the other party, making things difficult for Mace Field Tradings. But everyone knew that Mace Field Tradings had truly formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Chiu family, and both parties would not rest until they were dead. The Chiu family's counterattack would definitely be as powerful as a thunderbolt. If the Chiu family could not quickly settle Mace Field Tradings, the Chiu family would become the laughingstock of the entire upper-class society, and their reputation would fall to the bottom of history. This time, Claudia felt afraid. She was the instigator of the entire matter. If the Chiu family truly suffered losses because of the matter, then she or the Elizabeth family would naturally not have a good time. But what happened next caused Ji's eyes to pop out. Everyone's faces turned ashen. He had spoken a few harsh words and was prepared to go back first, but he did not expect the other party to be so persistent, causing his face to turn green. "What? Don't tell me you want me to stay?" The entire place was dead silent. No one made an uproar. Everyone was stunned by Jizai's powerful words. We just took care of a few guards, and you actually want to retreat? Come on, big brother. You ran so far and scolded us for so long. Could it be just to take a beating and speak a few harsh words? You guys are the Chiu family, a first-rate, prestigious family. Where is your prestige? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Don't throw away the face of a first-rate, prestigious family. There are so many people watching. Quickly bring out your Chiu family's pride. Quickly take care of us. Hey, don't go. Chiu Yunqi calmed down. Regardless of whether it was him or the Chiu family, they had no other choice. Other than flattening May's field tradings, there was no other way. Ever since he had decided to be loyal to Tang Tian, Jizai's goal in life was to become Tang Tian's left and right arm, a loyal guard, or, at the very least, to be Tang Tian's #1 fighter. Jizai, who harbored a grand ideal, followed Tang Tian, but who knew that upon reaching the Saint Continent, the master would be made difficult by a group of worms. All the spectators were speechless. They actually dared to tie us up. May's field tradings is truly ferocious. Chiu Yunqi took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He knew that it was useless to be impulsive at such a time, and he was extremely passive. May's field tradings did not fall for threats. Thus both parties could only rely on their fists to speak. He waved his hand disinterestedly, and the other members who were watching by the side rushed forward and tied up Chiu Yong and his group tightly. Claudia's pupils constricted. Deep inside her eyes, it was filled with fear, as though she had heard some terrifying news. It was not only her. All the other playboys' faces were filled with fear. A few of the more courageous ones were trembling uncontrollably. Absolute silence. What about you? Jizai sneered, running so far to block our path and clamoring at our door. Do you think we are dead? Don't embarrass us. I am waiting to see what other methods your Chiu family has, and don't think you can just run away after saying a few words. Since you are the sworn enemy of our mace field tradings, then let me show you what it means to be sworn enemy. Your sworn enemy came to our door to cause trouble, and you think you can just leave so easily? Hee hee. Please don't let us go. The Chiu family is so powerful, they can crush us like ants. Claudia looked at Chiu Yunqi's ashen face and did not dare say a word. She had never thought that the situation would escalate to such a stage. She realized that she had underestimated the lunatics of the Iron Mask Army. She initially thought that even if they did not place Elizabeth Tradings in their eyes, they would definitely not dare to provoke the Chiu family. He could not believe his own ears. Imprisoning the Chiu family? He did not know if such a thing had ever happened before, but in his memories, it had never happened before. No one had ever dared to treat the Chiu family with such an attitude. Even the sworn enemy of the Chiu family did not dare to do so. The Chiu family's protectiveness was famous in the entire honorable Marshall continent. Even Chiu Yong, who was a member of the Chiu family, did not know how the Chiu family would react by imprisoning the Chiu family, but he knew that it would be extremely intense, and many people from Mace Field Tradings would die. His words caused another uproar. Jizai was in disbelief that the Chiu family actually dared to cause trouble for them. Are the heads of the Chiu family people kicked by donkeys before? Do the Chiu family really think that they will let the matter of the harbor go? Are there truly such naive people in the world? Could it be that everyone doesn't want to see my big brother? Chiu Yunqi's gaze swept across everyone and laughed like a spring breeze. I think my big brother will definitely want to see everyone. Chiu Yong felt as though he was being stared at by a ferocious wild beast. A cold, intense surged from his feet. His heart was secretly shocked. Such a dense, killing intent. He sized up Chiu Yong with an unkind expression, as though he was sizing up a clean cow or sheep, and was considering where to cut. With that, he did not speak any nonsense and sat down on the ground. When the other guards saw Chiu Yong doing that, they all sat down as well. The rest of the people all chimed in, saying that they had matters to attend to. With the master status, he would not bicker with them. But Jize never thought of letting them off. Chapter 895. He finally understood. In the entire temple, only the great clan elder was irreplaceable. Everyone else, including himself, could be replaced. Adding that they had deep roots, Temple could not be as strict as they were with the new prestigious families, and both parties maintained a subtle tacit understanding. All of his attention was placed on one thing. When the ceremony ended, many of the clan elders who were familiar with Jia stepped forward to bid farewell to him. Jia maintained a faint smile the entire time. He was confident and calm, giving people a strong sense of confidence. After he left the Saint Continent, Sacred Son Charles was in charge of the Saint Continent's defense. Although he was worried about the safety of the Saint Continent, but thinking about the many armies and Sacred Son Charles's own strength, he felt more at ease. Temple only had one Sacred Son, but he knew that as long as Temple was willing, as long as the great clan elder was willing, Temple could produce many Sacred Sons in a single night. He knew that there were many other candidates behind him. All of them were meticulously selected, and all of their talents were not inferior to his. It was just that all of the resources were occupied by him. But once the great clan elder lost confidence in him, all of the precious resources would leave him and land on the other candidates. Tang Tian did not have the time to care about all of that. He did not even care about the conflict with the Chiu family, and handed it over to Jize. Jia, patted Sacred Son Charles's shoulder. I'll leave the Saint Continent to your highness. It's fine. Sophie shook her head. She changed the topic. Your highness, we need to make the various families maintain restraint. Recently, there have been a few conflicts in the Saint Continent, like the Chiu family. They have a conflict with the Macefield Trading's family, although their conflict is more restrained and did not violate the Holy Bell's ban. But if we do not take any measures, the conflict will escalate. Jia's army's mission was not to head to the Southern Alliance, but to the Wei Yi Guan continent. There was no news of Mu Jixia. His whereabouts were unknown. The Wei Yi Guan continent was in danger and needed a powerful military general to hold down the fort. In the current temple, only Master Jia could shoulder such a heavy responsibility. The clan elders knew of the importance of this mission, although it would weaken the Saint Continent's defenses and cause their safety to be threatened, but they knew that if the Savage Continent's army were to enter the Honorable Martial Continent, that would be the most terrifying thing. The clan elders stared at the direction of the army, unwilling to leave for a long time. For some reason, a strange feeling rose in everyone's heart. Even Master Jia was being sent out. Chiet is in the Saint Continent. The army moved. Ever since the last time Charles was whipped, the rumor that the great elder was dissatisfied with Charles's performance and might depose Charles had quietly spread in the Divine Temple. To the Chiu family, Macefield Tradings was truly a small family. In the Honorable Martial Continent, the hierarchy between the prestigious families was extremely strict, and the Chiu family was a top-notch prestigious family, and a small family like the Macefield Tradings would never have any conflict of interest. These guys really don't know when to stop. Charles's tone was dissatisfied. At this time, these guys actually still had the mood to cause trouble. Sophie said, "It has something to do with the Elizabeth family." The Elizabeth family suffered a loss at the hands of the Macefield Tradings family, and Chiu Yunqi was rather interested in Claudia and helped her out, but who knew that the Macefield Tradings family would not give in to the Chiu family. However, at a time like this, no one was blind enough to suggest such a thing. Now, Temple needed to rely on the prestigious families, as Temple's strength was already proven to be insufficient to win the war. Temple needed to pull more people onto the war chariot, although it was painful to share the spoils of war, but the most important thing was to win the war. As long as they obtained the resources, the candidates would grow at an astonishing speed and could easily replace him. The orderly army was solemn and silent. Jiaya's expression was solemn, the light aura that resembled snowflakes scattered down, causing the scene to have a sacred feeling. The clan elders stood on the circular stairs, watching the army that was fully equipped and ready to move out. Sophie was speechless. Ever since the great clan elder whipped Charles, Charles had become slightly sensitive and weak. His self-confidence seemed to have disappeared overnight, and he had become paranoid, causing Sophie to not know how to console Charles. Sophie knew the reason, but she was helpless. Charles was afraid. Charles's position had always been stable, but that stability came from the great clan elder's support. Since young, the great clan elder had favored him, and his path had been smooth sailing without any setbacks. Thus the clan elders had always praised him. He didn't expect that after a failed mission and a lashing, everything would change. Charles, who returned to his study, sat on a chair, his expression not looking too good. Jiaya was famed for his defense, and with the trust of the great clan elder, he had always been guarding the center of the army. He had a quiet and indifferent personality and stood aloof from worldly affairs, although everyone respected him. But most of the time, this great general did not have any sense of existence and was always forgotten by everyone. At the moment, Charles was like a wild beast trapped in a cage. He was furious but powerless to struggle. Don't care? How can I not care? Charles suddenly flew into a rage. His handsome face looked extremely sinister. Am I that unreassuring to them? There is the honorable martial banner of knights here, and so many prestigious families. All these old men, why are they so worried about me? Am I that useless in their eyes? Regardless of whether it was the Southern Alliance's legendary Heaven's Road passage or the Gold Continent bandits that were roaming everywhere, or the Sin Domain survivors that had risen from the ashes, none of them were as important as the Wei Yiguan continent, the savage continent's entry into the pass. Just thinking about it caused people to tremble. It would truly shake the foundations of Temple. But at that moment, looking at Jiaya's army that was fully equipped and ready to move out, the clan elders realized that their hearts were actually filled with unease. Previously, no matter how dangerous the situation was, including the pressure from the savage continent's army, they did not have any worries about their own safety. It was not that the current Saint Continent did not have any armies. On the contrary, with the ringing of the Holy Bell, all the armies in the world had gathered in the Saint Continent, and there were armies everywhere, but it still did not make them feel completely safe or at ease. It was the same for Jiaya's army. The most eye-catching army in the Saint Continent was the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights. They held a high position. Every single one of them were powerful martial artists, the symbol of invincibility. The glorious Honorable Martial Banner of Knights was the dream of the youths. She replied solemnly, yes. After presiding over the ceremony, the clan elders had completely forgotten about his existence. The worry on their faces revealed the uneasiness in their hearts. And to Charles, the uneasiness was a lack of trust in him, because he was the one in charge of the defense of the Saint Continent. The Honorable Martial Banner of Knights formed a law enforcement group and started to patrol the Saint Continent. In a short span of a day, they had quelled over 10 disputes. Over 40 people who did not listen to them were killed, and 2 prestigious families were stripped of their qualifications. If they lost, they would lose everything. Sophie's eyes lit up. The decisive and confident majesty in front of her was the majesty she was familiar with. Charles noticed the worry on everyone's faces and silently left. Charles bowed slightly and spoke solemnly. Do not worry, the light is eternal. Send out the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights. Charles said, tell them, I do not care what grudges they have in the past. At this critical juncture, whoever dares to cause trouble, Temple will not tolerate it. Make the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights. Prepare yourselves. Whoever does not listen to my advice and disobeys Temple's orders will be killed without mercy. Charles could not help but admire the great clan elder's shrewdness. Before the situation had deteriorated, he had already decided to ring the holy bell. The great clan elder and Jia had talked until late last night, and did not appear today. Sacred son Charles presided over the ceremony, and he was the last to go up. The 5 great generals had set off at the same time. It was something that had never happened before. Temple had never been so empty before. It was a place that made people feel uneasy. In that moment, the armies that had gathered in the Saint Continent became obedient. In his heart, there was nothing more important than this. The rumors were not scary, but what truly made Charles panic was that a few of the clan elders were affected, and their attitudes towards Charles had a subtle change. He had even heard some of the clan elders discussing privately, thinking that he did not have the ability to take over the great clan elder's position in the future. The ashen-faced Charles finally calmed down, his expression returned to normal, and he spoke to Sophie apologetically. "I am sorry, Sophie. I should not have gotten angry at you." Charles frowned. The Chiu family? Why would they have a conflict with a small family like Mace Field Tradings? Sophie, who came and looked at him, and said, "Don't mind them." He started to feel the pressure, and his temper became even more irritable. The great clan elder held supreme authority in Temple, and even Charles's position as a sacred son could be removed by the great clan elder, as long as he was willing. And inside Temple, the voices to suppress the top-notch prestigious families had never stopped. When Jia's army's fleet disappeared into the distance, the clan elders left in groups of 2s and 3s. Their faces were filled with indescribable loneliness and worry. The clan elders then understood the army that usually did not have any sense of existence was the true reason why they felt at ease. Jia nodded his head and bowed to Charles. He then turned and gave the order, "Move out." Charles knew that he could not allow it to continue. The friction between the prestigious families would become more and more intense, and once they were to fight, it would become uncontrollable. At that time, Temple would be completely passive, and punishing the prestigious families would only cause them to feel resentment. But the current problem did not make Charles feel relaxed. The grievances between the prestigious families were extremely complicated, and some of them even dated back a few hundred years. All of these families did not give in to each other, and it was extremely easy for conflicts to occur, and the conflict between the Chiu family and Mace Field Tradings was just a small part of it. The long time, the long distance, the intense yearning, the anxious waiting, the trekking day and night, the never-ending battles, all of it was for this moment of reunion. The relationship between Temple and the prestigious families was not as good as the outside thought, especially the top-notch prestigious families. They were different from the new prestigious families. They no longer needed the recognition of Temple, and furthermore, they had many conflicts with Temple with many conflicts of interest. All of the top-notch prestigious families rose up when the Honorable Marshall Continent was first established and had contributed greatly to the Honorable Marshall Continent. Thus they did not fear or respect Temple. Chapter 896. His slap was extremely powerful, causing Chiu Yun-chi to be unable to crawl up for a long time. "Seems like all of you have rested enough. Then we need to move our muscles." Fu Zhangji's eyes twitched. "Seems like the Lady Boss subordinates are not easy to deal with." Heading to the Southern Alliance, the supply of guards is much better, and the Southern Alliance can be considered to be expanding our territory. Not every place was as happy as Macefield's Tradings branch. In another corner of Snow City, the atmosphere in the strict manor was extremely tense. With that said, he did not even look at Chiu Yun-chi and left indifferently. The situation was becoming more and more complicated, and Sophie did not like complicated situations at all. "I would rather fight a vigorous battle to my heart's content." Chiu Li nodded his head. He was familiar with Chiu Beifeng's temper, and knew that if Chiu Yun-chi was truly unable to handle Macefield's trading, Chiu Bei-feng would definitely kill him. Chiu Bei-feng did not do anything. A Honorable Marshal Banner of Knights reported, Chiu Yun-chi is making connections everywhere as though he wants to complete his revenge through himself. I heard that he was punished by Chiu Bei-feng. And Chiu Bei-feng said that if Chiu Yun-chi is unable to complete his revenge, then he will personally kill Chiu Yun-chi. But we realized that he still sent people to protect Chiu Yun-chi in the dark. He forgot to speak and just watched in a daze, watching greedily. Big Brother Tian, Chiu Bei-feng wants Chiu Yun-chi to take his revenge by himself, so he will not use his personal guards. Sophie's eyes flickered. Chiu Yun-chi can only find other people. Keep an eye on the families that Chiu Yun-chi is familiar with, especially the Elizabeth family. Warn them. Whoever dares to go against His Majesty's orders will be exterminated. We cannot handle the Chiu family, but the Elizabeth family cannot escape. We need to be careful of the guards in the dark. Chiu Bei-feng is extremely cunning. A loud slap landed on Chiu Yun-chi's face. The strength was so great that Chiu Yun-chi's body instantly flew out, smashing heavily onto the bookshelf. Whoosh! More than half of the books fell from the bookshelf and smashed onto Chiu Yun-chi's body. Young men and young ladies hugging, young men and young ladies spinning, young men and young ladies pa pa pa. Oh my, that was everyone's applause. The fluttering long hair was the string of longing, playing a happy ballad in the sunshine. An intense joy filled every cell in his body. He stared at her in a daze as the sunlight shone on her long black hair. That beautiful face was still the same as it was in the past. It was as if the young girl had walked out of his dreams and was standing in front of him. Macefield Trading's branch. Once the Chiu family was punished, one could imagine what kind of storm it would set off. At that time, Temple was unable to bear the consequences of the Chiu family's retaliation. From the first moment she saw Tang Tian, Chia stood motionless as if she was struck by lightning. She didn't know why, but she pursed her lips like a little girl who had been wronged, and her eyes became misty. All the difficulties, all the longing, all the suffering, all the loneliness, he finally saw it. Everyone knew that the Chiu family would not let this matter rest. Chiu Yun-chi would not. Chiu Bei-feng would not. They would definitely take action. Bang! Sob sob. Fairy tales are all lies. Even Temple was paying attention to the situation. The Honorable Marshal Banner of Knights were stationed in Snow City, obviously worried that Chiu Bei-feng would go crazy. This time, Sophie was personally leading the team, showing how important Temple was. The young lady's figure was embedded in the light, embedded in his heart. Bang! Unknowingly, she was already there. He was on the verge of tears. Is it so difficult to have a good fight? Suddenly, Chiu Bei-feng muttered, "Go, send some people to follow Yun-chi." Yes, the knight acknowledged and left. Furthermore, Chiu Li had followed Chiu Bei-feng for many years and had Chiu Bei-feng's arrogance. He did not have any interest in a small family like Macefield Trading's. The dreamy voice of Chia immediately broke the last bit of restraint in her heart. Unknowingly, tears blurred her eyes. That blurry figure, that figure who stood in front of her, that figure who refused to admit defeat despite being ridiculed, that figure who was lying in the grass and staring at the sky, and that figure who was writing a letter at the desk. All of these slowly overlapped with each other. The Chiu family understood this logic, and so did the other families. They were all competitors, and that was the reason for the constant friction between the families. Ji Zhe's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiao Man. That blade, that strength, that temper, it's simply too suitable for a fight. Are we really going to let Macefield Trading's off like that? A robust man with a swift and fierce expression came forward. He was called Chiu Li and was also a disciple of the Chiu family. although he was from a side branch of the Qiu family, but he had followed Qiu Beifeng for many years and was Qiu Beifeng's capable general. He spoke softly, as though he was afraid of scaring her. But the greatest benefit was to go to the Shang continent to search for the passage to Heaven's Road. It was a brand new world, which meant endless opportunities and wealth. If they were able to enter Heaven's Road earlier, the Qiu family's foundation would not fall for 1,000 years. Tang Tian retracted his leg with a calm expression, holding on to Jie's hand. He spoke in a tyrannical manner. Melissa looked at Ji Zhe speechlessly. She had never seen someone who was looking forward to others to find trouble with him. Can you be more normal? What Temple can do is to kill the tragedy before it happens. Luckily, I do not need to think so much. As long as I ensure that the Qiu family does not take action, I will complete my mission. I will leave the rest to the great clan elder and his highness. It was like a dream. It was like a dream. All the distant scenes star Wind City, Andrew Academy, the weak and frail young lady with mucus flowing down her nose, the genius young lady who shook the entire city, the young lady who quietly accompanied him on the mountain, the young lady who risked her life for him. Are you coming or not? Ji Zhe's face was filled with hatred. Say, this Qiu family is a top-notch prestigious family. Why are they so cowardly? Why aren't they coming to get back at them? What are they thinking? Leave it to Yun Qi. Even Macefield Tradings cannot handle them. Such trash has no meaning to live. Qiu Beifeng snorted. This man is vicious and merciless. He even wants to kill his own younger brother. He truly is a butcher. Seems like I came to the right place. Sophie knew that Qiu Beifeng was still worried about the Banner of Knights. If not, he would have taken action long ago. What about being a top-notch, prestigious family? What about being proud and having a mountain of face? Where are they? Where are they? The various prestigious families of the Honorable Martial Continent had gathered in the Saint Continent, but with so many prestigious families, there were bound to be people who went to the Shang Continent, and there were bound to be people who stayed in the Honorable Martial Continent. Since the Honorable Martial Continent was not stable internally, regardless of whether it was the Gold Continent bandits or the Sin Domain, they were existences that gave them headaches, and someone had to exterminate them. Ever since Qiu Beifeng led his personal guards into Snow City, the atmosphere in Snow City suddenly became tense. Qiu Beifeng's strength was much stronger than Qiu Yunqi, and his fame was much greater than Qiu Yunqi. But he was most famous for his callous killing. He was a cold-blooded butcher, and no one knew how many people had died in his hands. A foot stepped on Ji Zhe's back, causing Ji Zhe's eyes to widen. He was unable to react in time, and like a rubber ball, he rolled out over 30 m. That's right, that's right. Xian, who was by the side, had a bored look on his face. He used his arms as a pillow and laid on the ground, and said weakly, "Can't life have some meaning? Tang Tian and young Miss are happy, but can't they consider our feelings?" Xiao ran. "We cannot watch ourselves rot like this. Quickly come and save me. Just a kiss will do. Are we just going to let it go like this?" Qiu Yunqi suddenly stood up. He who was usually calm and collected had a sinister look on his face, veins popping out. "Macefield Tradings is just an ant and dares to climb on top of us. Is our Qiu family's face so worthless? In front of so many people, our Qiu family is a joke, and we can't even take care of a small worm like Macefield Tradings? Temple is intentionally siding with Macefield Tradings. This is against our Qiu family. So what if the Banner of Knights Regiment? As long as they dare to move." No one knew where she came from, but she was there. "Pa, this time, our only goal is to obtain the chance to go to the Shang continent," Qiu Beifeng said indifferently. Under the sunlight, the beautiful figure was extremely familiar. With just one look, Tang Tian could recognize her. Countless of emotions, countless of happiness, all of them turned into tears, and she leapt into Tang Tian's embrace. "What's the situation?" Sophie asked. The benefits in the Honorable Martial Continent had long been divided up The various families had already divided up their territories, and staying in the honorable Marshall continent was just hard work. Everyone's faces suddenly became weird. Sophie could not help but frown. Qiu Beifeng did not place the sacred sun's orders in his eyes at all. Chia. His voice sounded like he was talking in his sleep. He did not have the tyrannical aura of a constellation master. He did not have the killing intent of an undefeatable war god. The current Tang Tian was just a big boy. But Qiu Beifeng did not make any movements, as though he had forgotten about it. But Sophie was extremely calm. Qiu Beifeng was cunning and ruthless, and would always launch a fatal attack when the opponent was lax. Sophie was clear that her greatest use was to intimidate the Qiu family, and if the Qiu family were to truly take action and trample over Mei's field tradings, Temple would be helpless and would not be able to punish the Qiu family. Come, let us gamble on the dignity of boss and lady boss. Let us fight to our heart's content. If you were not my little brother, you would already be dead. Qiu Beifeng's gaze did not have a trace of warmth, as though he was talking about an ordinary matter. You keep saying that other people are ants, but you yourself cannot even defeat an ant. If you are not trash, then what are you? This is the first time, and also the last time. I don't care which woman you like. I don't care what you do, but I have to make one thing clear to you. Do not become trash. I hate trash. This is your last chance. If you are still trash in the future, I will personally kill you. Qiu Beifeng returned to the barracks. Ever since he took control of the army, he had insisted on eating and living with the soldiers. The door-sized Zambato slapped Exan like a fly swatter. Trash. An expressionless man retracted his right hand. He looked similar to Qiu Yunqi, but he was even more cold and indifferent, his entire body filled with killing intent. He was Qiu Yunqi's big brother, Qiu Beifeng. Chapter 897. Because the Qiu family would feel embarrassed. Charles knew that it was a test given to him by the great clan elder. If he could control the situation, his position would be unshakable. If he could not, then he would be in danger. Charles is dead. The Qiu family wanted to establish their might, not to the other families, but to Temple. Sophie, who had unsheathed her sword, looked around and spoke with a stern tone. Temple has traitors. They have colluded with the prestigious families and are working together. With His Highness dead, who will benefit? The candidates for the sacred son. The clan elders will definitely request for a new sacred son. Temple cannot do without one. Furthermore, at such a crucial time. It truly is a good timing. All the prestigious families are working together to force Temple to abdicate for the sake of the bigger picture. Even the great clan elder has to lower his head. The two of them suddenly thought about the bodyguard, who led the way. One of the honorable martial banner of knights flashed and appeared outside the hall. When he saw the bodyguard, whose head was smashed to pieces, his face turned ashen. Charles always had the illusion that there were always eyes secretly watching him in the shadows behind him. The honorable martial banner of knights trembled. Their expressions were blank, but quickly turned into anger. Her voice was cold. To be familiar with Temple, to have the ability to set up a trap, and to grasp the timing so accurately, other than the top families, no one else can do that. Snow City. Charles was enraged. The Qiu family did not place Temple in their eyes at all. And the one in charge of the matter was Charles, and the Qiu family did not give him any face. Suddenly, an indiscernible and sharp energy fluctuation came out from the hall, causing their faces to change, and without hesitation, they rushed in. This was the pride of any honorable martial banner of knight, and their belief. Oh my God, how is that possible? Maybe I am not used to Sophie not being by my side. Charles laughed at himself. The alarm sounded out in Temple. Qiu family. Charles muttered, revealing a look of deep thought. He opened his eyes wide. There was a fist-sized hole in his throat. Blood spurted out and flowed down his neck, and in the next moment, there was a pool of blood below him. Charles walked around the hall and the two honorable Marshal Banner of Knights who were guarding the door followed. Sophie brought the honorable Marshal Banner of Knights away, but left 10 of them behind to protect Charles. Although Charles felt that it was unnecessary, but he was still moved. Everyone was silent. They were shocked by their leader's guess. Inside the temple, His Highness Charles was assassinated. They had been selected from young and received the most cruel and harsh training, and were eliminated time and time again. They had given up everything for temple, and that was what they had been taught since young. And it was also what they believed in. In their hearts, other than Holy Cathedral, there was nothing else. He laughed at himself. This is temple, a place with the most radiant energy. How can there be shadows? The sanctum of light was filled with dense light energy. They emitted a gentle white light, illuminating every corner of the sanctum as if it was daytime. They are afraid, but they know that this is the only chance for temple to lower their heads. Sophie was as calm as ice, because we are more afraid. The clan elders are even more afraid. Charles recognized the guard and nodded, "I'll go over now." Charles sorted out his distracting thoughts. The branch hall in front of him was simple and very quiet. The great clan elder always liked such a place. Even though he was in a high position, the great clan elder was extremely simple, which was something that everyone in temple respected. The guard led the way, while Charles followed behind, and asked, "You know what's going on?" "My own subordinates can't even win against an opponent of the same rank. What qualifications do they have to be the Chiu family's subordinates?" Sophie spoke word by word, her killing intent overflowing. At that moment, she looked like a death god that had walked out from hell. So unknowingly, temple has already become like this. The conflict between Macefield Tradings and Elizabeth was a conflict between two prestigious families of the same rank. The Chiu family had no reason to personally interfere, even if Elizabeth was their subordinate. Charles was clear of the habits of the first-rate prestigious families. If it was a prestigious family that was of a higher rank than Elizabeth, the Chiu family would definitely take action. But if a family of the same rank or weaker defeated Elizabeth, the Chiu family would definitely not take action. Forever bright. They did not know who the true culprit was, but there was one thing they were sure of. It was definitely done by someone from temple. That was the reason why they were at a loss. In the history of temple, something like this had never happened before. Temple had always been united and never had any internal strife. Sophie was not afraid of the great clan elder because they were as close as father and daughter. But the great clan elder did not show any respect to them, and they had only seen the great clan elder a few times. Furthermore, the great clan elder's holy flames brought forth an extremely powerful pressure that caused fear. Charles, who sensed the danger, knew that he had to fight with his life on the line. Sophie walked out without turning back and said, "We don't need evidence." The two knights' faces turned as white as paper. It was something that had never happened before in the history of temple. Temple security was extremely tight, and outsiders were unable to infiltrate. One of the guards walked up and spoke respectfully. "Your Highness, the great clan elder invites you over." Charles thought for a moment. Could it be that the great clan elder has designs on the Chiu family? With the great clan elder's tyrannical personality, he will definitely not tolerate the Chiu family. If it was the great clan elder, how would he deal with the Chiu family? The great clan elder has deep foresight. Who knows, he might have even deeper plans. Sophie slowly stood up. Her body was still trembling, but she stubbornly stood up. Her face was pale white without a trace of blood. Her eyes were deep and dark, and her entire body was releasing a terrifying aura. One of the knights asked anxiously, "Commander, what's wrong with His Highness?" "We will definitely not let them go. All the prestigious families deserve to be killed." Charles was disgusted with the Chiu family's actions. If the Chiu family had been wronged and used such a method to display their strength, he would feel much better. Temple was willing to cooperate with such a top-notch, prestigious family. But when the Chiu family arrived in the Saint Continent, they did not come to the Honorable Marshal Palace to visit the great clan elder. They did not come to visit him. They did not even greet Temple, but killed the chicken to warn the monkey. His Highness was assassinated. Who is it? One of the knights asked in anger. The guard brought Charles to a branch palace door, stopped and bowed. Your Highness, please enter. The great clan elder is inside. Your Highness. When the two of them barged into the palace, they coincidentally saw Charles falling to the ground. Someone broke the silence. Then what do we do now? Kill them. It's those prestigious families. Charles scoffed at the rumors of Mace Field Trading's provoking the Chiu family, as it was completely baseless. Mace Field Trading's strength was there for all to see. They were unable to pose any threat to the Chiu family. So why would Chiu Beifeng bring his personal guards to retrieve their face? Outsiders. No, this is a meticulous plan by the people inside Temple. In their hearts, Temple was the most sacred place in the world. Charles's mind moved quickly. Facing the great clan elder, anyone would feel pressured, including him. The only exception was probably Sophie. It seems to be about the Chiu family. The guard spoke softly. Without Sophie around, the familiar temple seemed to have become much more spacious. The knights were all stirred up to take revenge for Charles. Sophie's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Chiu Beifeng must die. But at such a crucial moment, His Highness was actually assassinated. The impact on them was far beyond their imagination. To even dare to assassinate a sacred son, these people. Sophie's banner of knights was something that no family could contend against. The two of them stood guard outside, obediently. If His Highness were to call them in, they would become anxious instead. Everyone was dumbstruck. One of the knights with an explosive temper roared. Aren't they afraid of the situation collapsing? Wait for me here. Charles said to the two honorable martial banner of knights, and Temple made them believe in Temple even more. Regardless of where they were, Temple would always be respected. Temple's internal department was also united as one. They had won time and time again, proving Temple's strength and righteousness. Sophie, who stood up straight, held onto the sword hilt at her waist. Her face was still pale white, but her aura was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. In his deep eyes, there was sorrow as deep as the sea. He had sent Sophie over to watch over the Chiu family. If the Chiu family truly dared to go against Temple's orders, he would make an example out of them. To Charles, the conflict between the Chiu family and Mace Field Trading's was the Chiu family's doing. What signal are they trying to send out? Charles felt uneasy, probably because Sophie was not by his side. Since young, Sophie had been his bodyguard and could be said to be inseparable, and the honorable martial banner of Knights' encampment was not far from him. Who did it? Thinking about the situation, Charles frowned. In the past, when he interacted with the prestigious families, he felt that they were submissive to Temple. But this time, it had completely toppled his view. He finally understood why so many clan elders wanted to suppress the prestigious families. Usually, the prestigious families were like wild beasts that had kept their claws and fangs and looked docile. But wild beasts were wild beasts, no matter how well they disguised themselves. At the crucial moment, their ferocious nature would be revealed. With so many prestigious families, if they did not kill one or two chickens, no one would listen to orders. His Highness is dead. Sophie's face suddenly changed. She held onto her chest. The intense pain caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. The two of them obeyed and stood guard outside the palace. Their statuses were high and mighty, and they could move freely in Temple. The only place that they did not dare to do anything was in front of the great clan elder. The two of them felt as though they were struck by lightning, and only then did they react. Assassination. His Highness Charles was assassinated. The surrounding honorable martial banner of knights were all stunned. They had never seen their commander in such pain and helplessness. But we have no evidence. His body trembled like a sieve, his body curled up into a ball, as though he was enduring the immense pain. His trembling voice came out from the gaps of his teeth, bringing with it an incomparable sorrow and pain. "I do not know who it is," Sophie said coldly, but slowly unsheathed the sword at his waist. "But I know that the Chiu family is definitely involved. I was curious previously. Why would the Chiu Bei Feng Peak come to Snow City? Now I understand. Their goal is to move us away from His Highness." The conviction in their hearts crumbled, causing them to be at a loss. Chapter 898. Charles's death shocked the entire Sacred Saint galaxy. If they had no choice, Temple would definitely not take action against the Chiu family. He continued, "After killing a few important figures from the prestigious families will definitely point their spears at Temple. There will be no room for reconciliation, and the confrontation will only become more intense. The prestigious families do not have any leeway to retreat, and if they fail, will Temple let them go? So they can only take this path to the end and force Temple to retreat and force the great clan elder to hand over his authority. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact." He blurted out. Chia had analyzed the situation with him. Unless the Chiu family truly did not know what was good for them, Temple had no reason to take action against them. Temple currently needed the strength of the prestigious families, and the Chiu family was a true top-notch prestigious family with astonishing influence. Furthermore, Chiu Su-hua was still fighting in the Southern Alliance. But today, Bianchi had seen over 200 temple protectors along the way. It was the first time he knew that temple protectors actually had so many of them. To fish in troubled waters, the more chaotic the situation, the more leeway we can display, the more space we can operate, and the more opportunities we have. Sima Zhao's eyes lit up. To him, such a chaotic situation was what he loved the most. We can take the chance to get rid of a few important figures from the prestigious families. Bianchi regained his senses. He knew that Mr. Benny came from the Mace Field Trading's family. Even a small family like Mace Field Trading's is unable to hold back. To everyone, for such an important matter to spread throughout the entire Sacred Saint galaxy in the blink of an eye, it was obvious that the mastermind behind it was adding fuel to the fire. Time, money, and dripping water can pierce through a stone. Melissa received the news, and when she saw it, she could not believe her own eyes. She stumbled and ran in to report to Tang Tian and Chia. Xin and Sima Xiao had the same opinion and spoke at the same time. Thinking about how Go Chung Wendao had not received any news from the back, and the news of Charles's death had already spread throughout the Southern Alliance, Go Chung Wendao's face would definitely be extremely interesting. "All of the Sacred Sun candidates have been captured," Su said softly. "Great Clan Elder gave the order." Melissa's expression was extremely agitated. Her voice was still trembling. Just now, the Chiu family stronghold was ambushed by the Banner of Knights. Chiu Yunqi was killed on the spot. Chiu Beifeng was heavily injured, and his personal guards were completely annihilated. Chia was much calmer. She had never met Charles before, so she didn't react to the news. Instead, she immediately considered the gains and losses. Bianchi's eyes suddenly widened as he stood rooted to the spot. It took him a long time to recover his senses, and murmured, "How could this be? How could this be? They're alone." Of course they wouldn't dare. Seuss coldly snorted, his face overflowing with killing intent, as he said hatefully, "With the support of those famous families, it's naturally different. Today, the family heads of a few small sects said that they hope to elect a new saint as soon as possible." Bianchi was shocked. For him to become a St. Hall elder, he was naturally not stupid. Now that something had happened to Her Highness, the greatest suspects were these candidates. But he had to admit that Temple's method was extremely effective. While the other powerhouses were scheming against each other, Temple had always been united. The orders of the higher-ups would be carried out unconditionally. Their soldiers were filled with fanaticism and were not afraid of sacrificing themselves. Tang Tian's gaze turned to Jie, but it was a pity that he could not see it. Seuss remained silent for a long time before replying. She didn't say anything. Because of that, the outside world was filled with fear and respect towards Temple. In their eyes, such a Temple was undefeatable. As per usual, Clan Elder Bianchi arrived at Temple, but he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Temple's security was tight, and there were guards everywhere. The storm had just begun. Seuss's expression became gloomy. He raised his head and looked around, and spoke softly as well. Something big has happened. Her Highness has been assassinated. Bianchi was also silent. Seuss is right. With the great clan elder's domineering personality, if not for the current situation, he would have definitely uprooted all the prestigious families and left none alive. What did you say? How dare they? Bianchi's face was still filled with disbelief. Something must have happened. Tang Tian was dumbstruck, as though he had heard something inconceivable. We need to immediately spread the news. Of course, it was the Chiu family. Bianchi's face flashed with a look of anger. Asshole! Sacred son Charles's assassination has destroyed everything. Hearing Xin and Sima Zhao's words, Tang Tian's heart felt great. In the past, no matter what situation he encountered, he could only rack his brains. But now, all of his subordinates were experts, fierce generals, and strategists. Ayaya, why am I so powerful? Melissa immediately replied, It happened last night. Bianchi did not know how he returned home, but when he walked out of Temple, he saw the second group of prestigious families entering Honorable Marshal Palace. They know. Seuss became quiet after speaking, then spoke with difficulty. But they also know that only in such a situation will the great clan elder be willing to compromise with them. Seuss had a lot of authority and was roped in by various parties. Thus he was well informed. In the Honorable Marshal Continent, any powerhouse knew that understanding Temple's thoughts was more useful than anything else. Infiltrating Temple was naturally difficult, but if it was related to the survival of the family, then they had to do it. Master, Mr. Benny wishes to meet you. The butler's voice came out from outside the study. Bianchi felt an indescribable sorrow. He suddenly had a feeling that the powerful Temple would never appear again. For some reason, the feeling was extremely strong. It caused his heart to be enveloped by sorrow, and he asked with difficulty, What did the great clan elder say? Bianchi walked over and asked softly, What's going on? What happened? That's a good idea, Xin said excitedly. We need to help the prestigious families. The 5 great generals are Temple's armies. Will they be loyal to Temple, or will they rely on the prestigious families? What about their soldiers? As long as the prestigious families hold power, the Honorable Marshal Continent will start to split. Why would the armies that are loyal to Temple listen to the orders of the prestigious families? Why would the prestigious families be at ease with so many armies disobeying their orders? To enter Temple, one had to go through many rounds of selections, and every round would require an oath, a test of the holy flame. Do not think that it was just a form of ceremony. It was real and effective. Anyone who went against the oath would be severely punished, and the punishment would usually come from the soul, with nowhere to escape, and the higher the rank, the greater the restriction. He sat on the chair as though his soul had left his body. They are just testing the waters. Seuss's face became gloomy. The old men behind them are the real masterminds. They are truly too vicious to pick such a critical juncture. They must have planned it out. Bianchi was panicking. That's right. Don't they know how dangerous the situation is? Don't they know that if we lose the war, the entire Honorable Marshal Continent will be finished? A cold glint flashed past Chie's eyes. Something must have happened to Temple. Send people to investigate. This information is extremely important to us. We need to do it at all costs. The only people who could assassinate Charles were people from within Temple, or else they were colluding with the outside. That was equally shocking. Temple's ability to control the loyalty of their members could be said to be unparalleled. Chia muttered, "When did this happen?" But there's no reason for it. Are the Banner of Knights crazy? Tang Tian felt that he could not understand the situation at all. There was no need to talk about the Banner of Knights' fighting strength. He had personally experienced it. To him, it was normal for the close guards to be wiped out, but Qiu Beifeng was only heavily injured and was able to escape, proving that he was not weak. Following that, the conflict between Temple and the prestigious family surfaced and became the hottest topic of discussion. Because of that, Temple had never had any traitors, which was also the reason why many people hated Temple. To many people, Temple's complete control over people's bodies and minds was completely against human nature. It was easy to spread the news. He and Bing were connected, and it was extremely convenient. She knew that Chie was the lady boss, and thus her attitude was respectful, not daring to be negligent. All of them who followed Tang Tian were extremely clear of the lady boss's position in Tang Tian's heart, and did not dare to be impudent. As for disguising Temple and killing a few important figures from the top-grade, prestigious families, Tang Tian did not even need to think about it. He had his first target. The Sacred Son held a high position in the honorable martial continent. He was viewed as an important figure who would take over the great clan elder, and his death had shaken the entire Sacred Saint galaxy. Furthermore, he had died from an assassination, and in the history of Temple, there had never been an important figure who had died from an assassination. Temple had their own unique methods of defending against assassinations, adding that Temple's system was extremely strict and had a natural distance from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for assassins from the outside world to infiltrate Temple. Bianchi felt uneasy. When his eyes suddenly lit up, he saw Clan Elder Seuss not far away. He and Clan Elder Seuss were extremely close, and they were different from him, who was the last ranked clan elder. Seuss's position was extremely high, and he was a clan elder with true authority. If one were to say that one needed to interact with Tang Tian for a period of time to understand how powerful he was, then one only needed to interact with Chia for a short period of time to deeply understand how powerful she was. The guards of the temple had a special title, Temple Protector. On normal days, temple protectors could only be seen from the corners. They were almost invisible, and the clan elders were not affected at all. Understood. Melissa clenched her teeth and agreed. He sighed in his heart and said indifferently, "Invite him in." When Tang Tian saw the report, he was startled. He had seen Charles before, and from the start, Charles had always been on his blacklist. Assassinating Charles was one of the first plans that he, Chia, and Bing had decided on after discussing. The Mace Field Trading's family was not considered strong, but they had crossed the threshold of being a prestigious family. It was naturally impossible for them to have much influence, but they still had one or two clan elders that they were familiar with. All of these clan elders were fed with money, but did not need to do anything, all for this moment. Xin and Sima Xiao were called in to discuss. Xin was proficient in strategy, while Sima Xiao was proficient in trickery. But who knew that Charles would be assassinated? Chapter 899, a series of sneers, and the word training that was comparable to hell caused everyone's heart to tremble. Be careful, don't try to be brave. Chia said gently, it was a taboo in an army battle. Xin was not too sure. Could it be a trap? Fu Zhengji heard that. No way. How can I let Jizhe lose? He immediately roared. Everyone, bring out your spirit, raise your heads, and puff out your chests. Be tyrannical, be more tyrannical. That Xiaowu, you need to look fierce. Qiu Tianqing knew why Sophie took action, and knew what the Qiu family was doing in the dark, but so what? Even Temple did not dare to publicly announce that the Chiu family was involved in the assassination of His Highness. So if the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights dared to take action against the Chiu family, they would be breaking the rules. Tang Tian raised his right hand in a tyrannical manner. "Hold the line!" The other generals all stood up and followed behind Chiu Tianqing. Chiu Tianqing was enraged. He was extremely enraged, causing transparent ripples to form around him, causing the air in the hall to become restless and filled with killing intent. All of the generals sat upright, not daring to make a sound. Temple's methods were becoming more and more ruthless, causing worry to rise in his heart. It was completely different from what they had expected. The various prestigious families were unhappy with Temple for a long time. Temple was like a monster that continued to expand and devour everyone's living space. "Boss, don't worry. We will definitely not let you lose face in front of Lady Boss." Ji Zhe immediately patted his chest and promised, "I don't think you guys will surrender. This is going to be a good show." Everyone agreed, loudly, and dispersed. Some rolled up their sleeves, some picked up their knives, some picked up their swords, and some spat saliva as they carried their hammers. They only regretted that they didn't have the tiger and dragon tattoos. Otherwise, they would look like gangsters challenging each other to a fight. Chiu Yunqi and Chiu Beifeng were both sons of the Chiu family. Although Chiu Beifeng's personal guards only had 100 men, they were extremely powerful and had the reputation of Chiu's Fang, and in the Chiu family's armies, they were ranked in the top 5. The loss this time was huge, and the Chiu family had suffered a huge blow. She glanced at Xian. "No wonder we can be friends with him. They are all jackals of the same tribe." This was his first time showing his face in front of Qian Hui. At the thought of such a historic moment, the godlike young man felt his whole body was filled with endless energy. Yunqi was killed. His personal guards were all annihilated. Beifeng is injured and missing. Xiao Man, who was on the trading ship, was dumbstruck. She, who had killed her way out of the sea of corpses, had an indestructible spirit for tens of thousands of years, was currently staring blankly at Tang Tian. Xiao Man and Xian, who were on the trading ship, were dumbstruck as they watched the god armor army that did not have any formation. When they were some distance away from the merchant ship, Tang Tian felt that Xie couldn't hear him. He coughed and said, "Do you know why I didn't sneak attack you today?" Chiu Tianqing became even more suspicious. "Who are they?" The more he looked at them, the more Chiu Tianqing felt that they were a group of hooligans collecting protection fees. Sophie wanted to kill someone to establish her might, but unfortunately, she chose the wrong target. The Chiu family was not a doe that anyone could need. Both of them were generals, and commanding troops was their forte. With a single glance, they could tell that Tang Tian and the others did not have any formation and were in a state of disunity. The temple that was built in the honorable Martial Continent was completely different from the current temple. In the past, there was an agreement between Temple and the prestigious families to rule over the honorable Martial Continent, but Temple's strength caused the top-notch prestigious families to retreat, especially when Temple threw out their trump card to recognize the qualifications of the prestigious families. A new batch of small prestigious families started to pose a threat to the top-notch prestigious families. Tang Tian nodded his head. "Yes, yes, yes. The ones who did it were the Banner of Knights." Without any reason, without any notice, they attacked in the middle of the night and killed them. If not for the fact that they were the Banner of Knights, the middle-aged man's first reaction would have been to suspect that someone was playing tricks on them, because it was definitely not Temple style. They just massacred the Chiu family's encampment in Snow City last night, and now they are attacking the Chiu Offense Institute. The middle-aged man's mind moved. Temple only had the Banner of Knights. If the Chiu Offense army disregarded everything and took revenge, both sides would suffer. No. Even if they were able to injure the Banner of Knights, Temple's situation would become much more difficult. Last night, Snow City's Chiu family encampment was massacred. Chiu Yun-chi died. Fong of Autumn was completely annihilated, and Chiu Beifeng escaped with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown. Hearing that, one of the bodyguards immediately rushed out and reported, "It's the Chiu Offense Institute." An unmarked merchant ship was anchored roughly 3 kilometers away from the Chiu Offense Institute. It was not big and looked extremely ordinary. Chiu Tianqing frowned. A strange feeling surfaced in his heart. He did not know what was strange, but he felt that something was amiss. Seeing the blush on Qian Hui's face, Tang Tian pretended to wave his arm and shouted, "Let's go! Flatten the Chiu Offense Institute." Ji Zhe immediately refuted. True experts are all leisurely strolling around, calm and unruffled. Being fierce and tyrannical is too deliberate. It does not reflect the demeanor of an expert. Xian's eyes lit up. He could not help but praise. "That's too cool." Xian nodded his head in agreement. He did not know that he had been shot while lying down. What's so good about sneak attacks? How can we show off our strength? Tang Tian waved his hand. For today's battle, not only do we have to win beautifully. We have to show off our might and show off our imposing manner. Let me say the ugly words first. If I find anyone slacking off or not performing well, causing me to lose face in front of Chia, then we will need to have a good talk. For example, training. Chiu Tianqing, you better not disappoint me. Chiu Tianqing stood at the highest point and looked out of the manor. The enemy is heavily guarded. Fu Zhangji swallowed the words that were at his throat and asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" "Then I'm coming." Tang Tian agreed. That's right. The soldiers... Tang Tian exhaled. He lowered his waist into a horse stance, and under the countless stunned and sluggish gazes, he raised his right arm and retracted it to his side. Chiu Tianqing's gaze congealed. The smile on his face became even colder. "Look, this is a world where the strong preys on the weak. If you are even slightly weaker, you will be swallowed until not even your bones are left." Are they purposely pretending to be weak? Chiu Tianqing quickly shook his head. The enemy's formation was a complete mess. They did not even have the standard of amateurs. No matter how much the banner of knights tried to disguise themselves, they would definitely not be able to disguise themselves to such an extent. "I'm going." Tang Tian puffed out his chest and spoke to Chia valiantly. "Boss is mighty." Between Cloud City, inside a luxurious study, the middle-aged man heard the alarm. He stopped what he was doing and raised his head. "Where is the alarm coming from?" "Chiu Offense Institute." The middle-aged man's eyes constricted. It was the Chiu family's Chiu Offense Army encampment. Thinking about the latest report, the middle-aged man felt uneasy. A change suddenly occurred. Did we truly misjudge Temple's reaction? One by one, the top-notch families that were once in the limelight fell, causing the old top-notch families to feel an intense sense of danger. A group of people howled like a pack of hungry wolves and jumped out of the cabin door. The middle-aged man, who had just rushed over, was dumbstruck. His mind was filled with only one sentence. What the hell is going on? Since when did our Chiu family become sheep that others can kill whenever they want? A cold light flashed past his eyes, and his 5 fingers clenched into fists. Valiantly walking to the Chiu Offense Institute's simple and unadorned door, Tang Tian became excited. As he finished speaking, he strode out. "Do they really have fighting strength?" Xiao Man asked softly, her tone extremely strange. I can't go. He calmed himself down. He did not believe that Temple had the courage to perish together with them. The honorable Martial Continent belonged to Temple, and even if they snatched back some benefits from Temple, it would not change that fact. With that, he jumped out of the cabin door. The people below were all enraged, their eyes bloodshot. The Chiu family had never suffered such humiliation before, without any reason. They actually killed an important member of the Chiu family, even if it was Temple or the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights. The Chiu family could not accept it. Tang Tian was extremely satisfied. Little Zai Zai, not bad. Come, what ideas does everyone have? We need to show our might. The merchant ship opened the cabin door, revealing the darkness inside, causing everyone to be unable to see anything, causing the Chiu offense army to hold their breaths and open their eyes wide. Chiu Tianqing looked ordinary, but when he was enraged, he looked like a tiger or a lion. His gaze swept across the generals. His eyes were cold without a trace of warmth. He suddenly laughed, as though he was a wild beast that wanted to devour people, his ferocious aura wreaking havoc. They wanted to change everything, but Temple's rule was as stable as a rock, without any flaws, until the holy bell rang. All of the prestigious families immediately realized that the opportunity they had been waiting for had finally appeared. An enraged roar exploded out from a manor in St. Continents between Cloud City. Furthermore, Temple only has the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights left. Do they still think they are the same as before? The Chiu Offense Institute's Chiu Offense Army was the Chiu family's strongest army, far stronger than Chiu Beifeng's personal guards. Temple wanted to use the Chiu family to intimidate everyone, but Chiu Tianqing was an unyielding man and would definitely not kneel and surrender. We better prepare to rescue them. Xiao Man's mouth twitched. Fu Zhangji and Jizai were two people that sucked up to others. It was not enough for them to suck up to Tang Tian. They still wanted to suck up to the young Mississippi. Just at that moment, the alarm suddenly went off. Unknown people were approaching them. Chiu Tianqing, who was brimming with killing intent just a moment ago, frowned. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. All of them are wearing masks. I can't see their faces, but why are their postures so weird? And their temperament? Chiu Tianqing's mouth revealed a sneer. Chiu Tianqing looked at the 100-odd people that came down from the trading ship. From the numbers, it matches the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights, but sweet, it's too sweet, even sweeter than honey. Tang Tian's face was infatuated. No, his mind was infatuated. He repeatedly praised in his heart, the books are right, heroes have a weakness for beauties, heroes have a weakness for beauties. The Chiu Offense Institute was the encampment of the Chiu Offense Army, but they were in the St. Continent. Other than Temple, no one else could build a stronghold here. The Chiu Offense Institute was originally an ordinary manor, but the Chiu family had made some modifications to it. For example, adding a few defensive and sentry posts. Sima Xiao could not take it anymore and coughed lightly. You guys can be intimate after the fight. Tang Tian's shout resonated out, but everyone had not regained their senses from the shock, and in the dead silence, it was extremely clear. Chiu Tianqing was dumbstruck. He had gone through countless battles, but it was the first time he had seen such a scene.